Okay, good morning, members. This meeting is now resumed. Mayor Tory, I understand you wish to make an announcement at this time.
Well, Speaker, I'm not sure whether we should categorize it as an announcement, but it is certainly my pleasant privilege to say a few words in honor of the 75th birthday of our former mayor, Barbara Hall. And the birthday actually on May the 9th, which is Sunday. And so if you say, well, why would we be doing it on Thursday as opposed to a day even closer? I was the eternal optimist that I am. I was actually hoping we might not be here tomorrow morning, and but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to meetings on our and on your behalf and on behalf of the people of the City of Toronto to Barbara Hall. You know, I think we all have had this experience. It's the way life works in a city even of 3 million people or in a world of billions of people. When I'm frightened to say this, but 45 years ago, when I went and sat down on my first day of law school in first year law, and I had two people sitting on either side of me who I'd never met before, as often would happen to be the case. And one of those two people turned out to be Barbara Hall. We didn't know each other at all. Neither of us had any, I think, any sort of plans on becoming the mayor of Toronto at that time. But of course, we ended up a few years later. I should say in between, we worked together in one of those study groups that you always seem to have in first year law school as a way of comforting yourself that you sort of together didn't know what was going on. But we were in a study group together and became friends. And lo and behold, many years later in 2003, we ended up contesting the election for mayor, and both of us were not successful in that election, but we did. And I should say it was extremely, with David Miller, who did win, it was extremely civilized campaign, as I hope befits certainly those two people who were involved together with me as three of the candidates. I have been a fan of Barbara Hall's, and I hope a friend. I'm sure a friend. Ever since then, we've disagreed on things, as is the case in this business. But with Barbara Hall, you can always have a thoughtful and balanced conversation, and that she always has the best interests of the city and the people who live here at heart. People come and people go, as we all know from public office, including us. And people don't often spend a lot of time when someone goes to reflect on the various things that people did while in office. And I would just say there's many things you could say about Barbara Hall and her time as mayor of the previous version of the City of Toronto. And the one that I would look at, and there may be others would name, is that if you look at the vibrancy of our downtown today, kind of at either end of it and in between, and people remark on this, people I have come and visit me, other mayors that come and visit me from other North American cities. I think a lot of that was due to things that I would have thought when I heard them back at that time were implausible in terms of what would happen with people living downtown and the redevelopment, some of the areas to the east and to the west, that those things were implausible, but in fact they happened, and they happened because some leadership. And so that's but one thing. I will just say that I have here, ordinarily we might have asked her to come and be with us in the chamber, but we're not in the chamber, and so we can't. And I know that she's watching, and I'm going to make sure I deliver this to her personally. But this is just a scroll, which I will just read to conclude my remarks. And it just says, Mayor John Tory and the members of Toronto City Council extend to Barbara Hall warmest congratulations and best wishes on the occasion of your 75th birthday. Barbara, you are a well-loved and respected Torontonian, not just because of your status as a former mayor of the original City of Toronto, but because you continue to show your love for our city and its people in so many ways. The vibrancy of the city's downtown core, crucial to our social and economic well-being, bears the imprint of your leadership, and that work has helped to sustain the downtown during difficult pandemic times. The love and respect come your way because you've given so much love and devotion to the people of Toronto, whether as councillor, mayor, human rights commissioner, or as a conscience of the city, watching over many issues, including affordable housing, equity for women, support for our LGBTQ2S+ communities, and many others. It is noteworthy that when we needed someone who is trusted by all to handle the delicate matter of the distribution of funds from the Toronto Strong Initiative for the victims of the Yonge Street tragedy, we turned to you. And of course, you said yes and did an exemplary job. You've in many ways, including being awarded the Order of Canada and having a park named after you. Respect and affect current mayor and city council of the warmth we feel for you, especially on the occasion of your 75th birthday. And so on behalf of the members of Toronto City Council and the people of the City of Toronto, happy birthday, Barbara. And I've signed it, and it's dated on the day of her birthday, which is actually May the 9th, 2021. So thank you, Speaker, and happy birthday to Barbara Hall. I'm sorry that we can't be together.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, I understand you also wish to make an announcement at this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Over the last year, I've had the pleasure to co-champion Toronto's involvement in C40's Women for Climate program alongside our CFO, Heather Taylor. Toronto joined 16 other cities internationally by participating in this exciting initiative. Locally, our program was sponsored by RBC, EY, Ellis Don, and Toronto Life. To combat climate change, we need all perspectives and voices at the table, and that includes women. We need to make space at the table for them to join us, and we need them to feel welcome. It is my hope that Women for Climate takes us a step closer to that. For Toronto's program, we paired 12 exceptional women with ideas with 12 exceptional mentors. We are thankful for the guidance provided by the mentors, and I have no doubt that the mentors were just as inspired by these future leaders as I am. Since the program started in September, the women have further developed their ideas and businesses focused on climate action. Their ideas and businesses contribute to climate adaptation and mitigation, waste reduction, and promoting the next generation of climate leaders. I look forward to watching their ideas and businesses grow and expand. Just prior to Earth Day, the women participated in a pitch competition. I'd like to thank the jury for participating, and I'm delighted to announce to you that the winner was Hilary Scanlon of Still Solutions. Please join me in congratulating Hilary, and let's learn more about Wastefinder through her video.
My name is Hilary Scanlon. I'm the founder and CEO of Still Solutions. We work to bridge the gap between sustainability and accessibility. I lost my vision 5 years ago and started Still Solutions shortly after because I was becoming increasingly frustrated with the inaccessibility of the built environment, but two, the inaccessibility of environmental stewardship and waste disposal. Very rarely are people with disabilities involved in either the discussions or the decision-making processes with regards to how to address it. And as a result, the solutions that are developed are often inaccessible to people with disabilities or to people of other marginalized identities. The Wastefinder is a set of tactile indicators that go on the ground surrounding a waste container. They are both visual and tactile, and they enable people of all abilities to dispose of their waste in public spaces. Once you implement the Wastefinder in your space, you can expect one, diversion of waste from landfill. That's also going to result in savings. One of the biggest obstacles was definitely the fact that my experience is my own, and the solution that I'm going to create is my own. Also, one of our biggest assets was including people with diverse types of visual impairments in the design process, but people with diverse abilities. We also included, since custodial staff in the design process, often they're left out of the design process. So we really wanted to make sure that every potential user that had the ability to be impacted by the Wastefinder in some way was involved. By implementing the Wastefinder in public spaces in the city of Toronto would have a major impact on the community and the city. 22% of Canadians have a disability. 4% of Canadians have vision loss. So just those numbers alone, accommodating for those needs and those individuals would result in massive impacts for the community. The City of Toronto would benefit directly from those Wastefinder products being implemented because it would divert waste from landfill, and it would also help them advance their own sustainable development goal efforts.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 46 items left on the agenda, including 32 member motions. Executive Committee Item EX 23.3 on the Provincial Transit-Oriented Communities Program will be our first item of business this morning. Council will consider the member motion run through at 2 p.m. and Council has decided to consider the following items as the first and second items after member motions. Item PH 22.1 on the Christie's Planning Study, City initiated Secondary Plan and Zoning Bylaw and Urban Design and Streetscape Guidelines, and item CC 32.1 Ombudsman Toronto 2020 Annual Report. I will now take the release of hold. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. And I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda. Councillor Cressy? Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, thank you, Speaker. With an amendment on item CC 32.14, 90 and 100 Simcoe Street, 130 Pearl Street, and 203, 207, and 211 Adelaide Street West. I have an amendment, and if I can move that amendment, I'm then happy to release it.
Amendments on the screen. Okay. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And Speaker, I have one more, if it's okay.
Just one sec. Item as amended. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. And then the second one is CC 32.15. This is the heritage consideration of the item we just dealt with, alterations to designated heritage property at 100 Simcoe Street. I am happy to move, release this item.
Okay, CC 32.15, Councillor Cressy is releasing. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I will release GL 22.15, amendment to non-competitive blanket contract number 47019692 with Energy Cap Canada Incorporated for utility bill processing service. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher is releasing GL 22.15. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Are there any further releases? Councillor Fillion?
It's not actually a release, but I just wanted to let you know that we may need to go in camera for CC 32.6.
Yeah, there is no confidential information on that item, CC 32.6, Councillor Fillion.
Yes, I'm advised that the discussion may need to be in camera, so just alerting you to that.
Okay, we will review that and get back to you, Councillor Fillion. Are there any further releases? Councillor Bylaw, you have a motion you'd like to introduce? It's on the screen. Okay, Mayor Tory, can you introduce it as the seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I was just in the middle of trying to log myself back on and I didn't know what it was you were asking me to introduce.
Okay, Mayor Tory, can you introduce this motion on behalf of Councillor Bylaw? You've seconded the motion?
Yes. Yes, Speaker, I see it here, and it arises out of our modular housing unit, and it's urgent because there's a need to provide some direction to the city staff because it's going to help us with a new park next to the modular housing unit.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to introduce a motion without notice concerning relief from the bylaw requirements of site-specific zoning bylaw 1618-2019 LPAT for 135 and 7 St. Stephen's Court and 289-291 the Kingsway, and it's urgent as the development includes provision of replacement rental housing units, and the applicant is anxious to proceed with the development.
Okay. All those in favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher, you have 2.
I released that. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I have 2 of these. Sorry, Speaker. Yeah. Clustering, more clustering, happening soon. I'd like to introduce that.
Okay, this is on the new retail cannabis store locations. All in favor?
Correct.
Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, your second one.
Thank you, Speaker. That is got to do again with, it's another cafe TO to be able to ensure that there can be cafe TO on Gerard or in the Gerard India Bazaar. And I will have another one that has to do with other locations and zoning matters, Speaker, that will be sent into you very shortly. Thank you.
Okay,
Again, cafe TO.
on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adopting the order paper, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. So we'll go to our first timed item, which is EX 23.3. Questions to staff, if you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With respect to the Transit-Oriented Communities Program report, the report cites that there's a delivery model that the province is pursuing, and it's based on multiple partnerships. Can you explain to us the timeline that is stipulated in your report on the province's desire to own the first Parliament site in Corktown? Can you describe what it is?
Through you, Madam Speaker, perhaps maybe this is over to James to respond, please, or Allison.
Through the chair, Councillor, the timeline that Metrolinx has indicated is sometime in August to gain ownership over the site.
So the province would like to own the first Parliament lands by August 2021, correct? We just lost
Sorry,
Allison's
Councillor, I missed
audio.
that.
Sorry, I just confirming that the timeline for the province to secure and own a deeded title to the first Parliament lands is August 2021, a mere 4 months away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you describe that timeline to transfer a large parcel of land as big as Nathan Phillips Square as complicated and ambitious? And do you see that timeline as realistic?
Through the chair, Councillor, it is likely only realistic through the expropriation process, although we continue to try to negotiate a solution.
At any given time, has City Council or city staff indicated to the province our willingness to sell these lands to the province?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have always indicated a willingness to negotiate, given the fact that Metrolinx ultimately has the expropriation rights.
But has City Council provided explicit direction and approval and declared these lands as surplus to dispose, to sell?
Through the chair, Councillor, no.
And with respect to planning proposals that are coming to the first Parliament site, and I recognize they're going to be dropped on many of the around the transit stations. What happens when city planning has a disagreement with the province on what is appropriate development on that site? How do we resolve that conflict?
Through the speaker, maybe I'll start. The TOC process anticipates a discussion, obviously, between the province and the city around the city's planning frameworks that might apply in that area with a view to coming to an agreement. It certainly may be the case that we do not come to an agreement. And the context for that outcome may very likely be action independently of City Council on those provincially owned sites.
So does that mean that you anticipate the province upzoning by way of MZOs on these TLC sites?
The process, through the chair, the process that we've articulated in the report certainly leaves an opportunity for staff and ultimately council and the community to come to an agreement on approach for TOC site. But it does also anticipate that we don't have enough runway really to work things out, and ultimately the province can deploy the MZO power should it desire to meet some of its obligations and timelines under the transit delivery program that it's articulated.
Thank you. And with respect to the Parliament site, it took the first Parliament site, it took almost 20 years to assemble those lands. The desire from Councillor and Deputy Mayor McConnell at that time, plus the community and City Council, was to put all those lands into public ownership and control. If the province is to take these lands or to buy these lands from the city, do you know if it's their intention to keep it in public ownership, or are they planning to sell it to a private developer?
That was your last question.
Well, I can only comment, and maybe others can on the team, that certainly the city is articulating its ambitions for the site through the master planning exercise that has been undertaken for the last many years, including public facilities, public access to the lands, certainly the potential for some level of redevelopment on the lands, but centered around animated active public use, public space. And it would be our desire, I think, in the long term to retain at least public access to public facilities that do materialize on that site.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I'm just going back to a motion that City Council passed in January 29, 2020, to direct the DCM Infrastructure and Development Services in the formulation of any agreements between the city and province related to the approval for transit-oriented development. Ensure the following principles are included. First being the city's land use authority and responsibility for planning approvals are respected. And I'd just like to ask a little bit about what's now happened at the East Harbor site. And I know I did ask that. I think we've had a conversation about that, Mr. Lintern, and thank you. But that is a core employment site, and it is in the south of the Eastern Employment Zone, which is actually a provincially significant employment zone. Recently confirmed that designation within the last year. Am I right about that?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor Fletcher, you're correct. It's a provincially significant employment zone, and it is also designated an employment area in the city's official plan as core, and a small portion of it general, but most of it is core. And that is the case for the southeastern wedge of employment space along the Eastern Avenue.
And the East Harbor master plan, that was your staff led that process in the community, and we had developed a very significant master plan for employment and a transit hub there. But there were many different parts to that. But we do have a master plan that sits currently. It's been approved by the city. It respects the zoning for East Harbor. That includes a transit hub. Can you comment?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. It was adopted in 2018. It was a city-led, both a city-led precinct plan, an official plan amendment, and conjoined with a development application by the previous owner to build the area up as a significant employment hub for 50,000 jobs centered on that new transit facility.
Correct. And now, lately, we've seen an announcement by the province that they want to introduce new land uses there, that one being residential, into the core employment. zone.
Yes.
Did that come as a bit of a surprise? Was that a bit of a surprise to you?
It's certainly a deviation, shall I say, from council's previous direction, and understanding that they've announced this in the context of the transit-oriented communities program, and that's how they're asking us to consider it. And of course, we having the amount of information we have, we anticipate an extensive process with the province to understand exactly what they want to do and how that has to be reviewed. Is something that we're engaged or only starting to engage the province on.
But the city's own plan had a transit hub based on our current land use and our approved land use, which was core employment.
That's correct.
And based on the core employment, the city also agreed to extend Broadview through the site. There's many improvements that the city was contemplating in order to achieve that. We'll call it the second downtown is what it was being called.
Through the speaker, that's correct. There are actually some infrastructure components that would be funded by the development and other infrastructure components that were unfunded, including flood protection, additional flood protection, extension of the Broadview Avenue south of Eastern. So it was quite a complicated, complex series of moves that would happen over a multi-phase employment project over probably many years.
And this project itself couldn't really take place without the flood proofing that's underway at the mouth of the Don. I mean, our significant contribution of $330 million to achieve that protects these lands. And right?
Through the speaker, yes, the flood protection south of the rail embankment, which is under construction and partially conditioned with the development approval, and additional flood protection north of the rail embankment. All of it is required ultimately for the full build out of the land.
So we've never wavered in our designation of employment, and this being an important employment zone across from Villiers Island, across from the West Don lands, that this would be an employment hub. That is how we designated it, passed it, confirmed it, told the province about it, they confirmed it. That's really the status of East Harbour at the moment.
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, that's right. That's the path that we've been on to date.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Chief Planner.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. I guess a question for the Chief Planner, possibly the City Manager, but the motion that Councillor Fletcher read out, I believe that was an amendment that I had moved after just to sort of solidify what we had been assured that the province intended to respect the city's planning authority. Do I remember that correctly?
Through the speaker, certainly the intent that staff have been following through the course of any discussions that we've had is putting forward our point of view on TOC that would be consistent with city planning policy. It's not to say that the province may have other ideas, and certainly we've seen that to date on some of the TOCs, and that is why we need a process to be able to try to come together with the province on their approach.
But do I remember correctly that they had given us some assurance that they would respect the city's planning authority?
Chris, do you want to comment on that?
And through the speaker, I believe that was an underpinning of our MOU, which would have predated that motion. So, I mean, there was always an understanding that we would try to work in partnership, that we would certainly engage the community, and that the policies of the city would be respected along the way. And that was certainly where we began this journey.
Yes, no, thank you. And that, I think it was based on that conversation that we passed the motion just to reinforce that. So it would appear, don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it would appear that the province has no intention of doing that.
Well, and
appears they've broken the understanding in the MOU.
So I probably wouldn't phrase it exactly like that. I think, we continue to obviously work together and try and find, common perspectives. But I think the chief planner said it quite well. I mean, the province will, will have maybe its own views as to how development ought to occur around. But I do think it's important just to remind everyone that, when we started this journey, I mean, there was a commitment from the province to pay for the transit expansion and allow us to take monies that we were earmarking for transit expansion to pay for state of good repair, which is a very sizable challenge for us. And so certainly they were clear about wanting to use the subway stations and the related TOC to help offset the cost to the provincial government. And so I think that's where we're finding that they may have some different views in terms of the land use planning and development of those areas.
Sure, but is it different views on land use planning, or is it just how can we, give developers a bunch more Lego blocks so that they will give us a bunch of money to pay for the subway station? That's to me what it looks like. It doesn't look like it has anything to do with good planning.
Well, I mean, certainly they control the legislation and the provincial policy around land use. Certainly we have worked hard in the city to spell out what we expect to see in terms of development in these areas. So that's where, we would expect that they would still adhere to good planning principles. I mean, they are certainly the authors of them legislatively. So I wouldn't rule out that the developments are going to be void of good basic planning. So, and that's why we're at the table working with them.
Okay, so I'm not sure what else to ask. I'm just very concerned. I guess I'll speak on the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak. I have to ask questions.
Yeah, just questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Plus, declarations by public bodies are very complex things, and under Regulation 444, I believe they have to be circulated to all public bodies before they go out to the marketplace. Are those conditions waived under this agreement?
Through the speaker, Councillor, surplus requirements are not necessary through the expropriation process. I would leave it to James to speak to whether it's necessary in the planning process.
Okay, is that the answer? Is there anything more to add to that, or that's pretty well it?
That's it.
That's it. So an expropriation is a process as well. This is a little different. The province is building high-level transit, and I guess this is we've agreed to transfer these lands, I guess, under various local agreements for them to then rezone them and I guess put them out to the private sector to build. Is that kind of what we're looking at here?
Through the speaker, there's two components to it. One is the ownership of the lands that are subject to development, be them city lands or provincial owned lands. That's where the surplus component, that surplus process would come into play. And those discussions are separate and apart from the planning and the TOC process that is presented today. I'm not sure if that answers the question, but they're two sort of separate discussions.
So I guess thank you. My next question is for the city manager. I guess the first lesson in economics is there's no free lunch. I guess the second lesson in transit building is there's no free transit.
Through the speaker, correct on both accounts. There's no free lunch. There's no free transit. The fact of the matter is that you have almost $30 billion of transit expansion on the table, which when you look at the growth of the City of Toronto over the next 30 years, population employment-wise, and recognizing the lack of expanded transit that you faced for quite some time. I mean, it's an opportunity certainly to help grow the city. So, and it doesn't come free.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
I have a question of the city manager about nothing is free. I just wonder when these transit-oriented communities, as obviously is contemplated here, are basically thrust upon the city. Is there any audit done of the existing infrastructure in the area and its ability to accommodate all this hyper intensification? Do we have an audit of our soft and hard infrastructure needs?
I mean, certainly through the speaker, we have the requisite staff that would know both surface and subsurface infrastructure, what the capacity would be in order to accommodate whatever the nature of the development would be. We would expect that if there's any expansion needed of any of that infrastructure, it'd be covered by the cost of the development, therefore paid for by the developer. You can't just drop this kind of development into a space and not expect it to affect, you know, what infrastructure we do own and operate.
Are there any limits whereby the city of Toronto can have essentially a timeout before they accept this hyper development that the province is contemplating at these transit hubs?
Well, I would think it would be wise on the part of, and again through the speaker, wise on the part of the province and the developer to ensure that whatever it is that they're contemplating, notwithstanding our land use policies, but whatever they're contemplating, that they have an eyes wide open understanding of the infrastructure necessary to make it happen and what the cost of that will be. So if they don't satisfy that requirement, which would be hard to imagine, you know, they'd be forging ahead on a strategy that is potentially fraught with problems. So we would be strongly indicating, I think, through the exercise, what it is that we feel would be necessary in terms to accommodate a development that, you know, that the province effectively is leading.
So what levers do we have to try and stop these hyper extreme developments from being approved by the Provincial Appeal Tribunal, ALPAT OMB? What can we do about that?
Well, certainly, I mean, it kind of begins with, you know, the feasibility of being able to connect up to our water, our transit, our sewage, our most basic infrastructure. So, I mean, you know, again, I think, you know, that's a hurdle that, you know, everyone has to recognize and get over. In terms of appeals, you know, that's an important question because, I mean, the ministerial zoning order has its own effect, and the province which writes the laws can determine how it wants to manage this kind of development, if you will. So, I mean, our commitment from day one has been to work with them, to express our needs, to, you know, advise in terms of respecting our policies, to achieve as much as we can for this community, not forgetting that, of course, the province does want to see if they can, to whatever degree, offset the cost of building this almost $30 billion worth of infrastructure.
So do we have any control over the decisions made by the Provincial Tribunal, ALPAT, when they decide that a development proceeds against the city's position or against the ministerial zoning order where do we do when they do that? They deploy their essentially end game here. What can we do as a city?
So I would, I would strongly recommend having one of our lawyers that addresses land use matters and the LPAT. So Wendy, either yourself or someone, or Greg, if you wish to weigh into this.
So, and I apologize, I seem to have lost video connection, but I can explain very generally speaking that there is no appeal of a minister's zoning order. So a minister's zoning order would not go to the LPAT.
Okay, thank you. That
That
was your last question, Councillor Cole.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I guess, a part of the TOC process is really analyzing what investments can be made in the communities that they're building around libraries, park space, and everything. So I guess my only question is how is the city kind of formulating what those communities will benefit from and working with the province in bringing that to light?
Through this, if I may, Chris, through the speaker, that is the purpose, Councillor Ford, of the TOC process that we've articulated in the report, is to, like we would with a development application, put on the table what the city's planning frameworks are, what the deficiencies are in that neighborhood, ask the province to submit supporting material, which we would have an extensive list, as the city manager pointed out, all of the servicing requirements and community requirements. And we would, again, the intent of the process is to have a like conversation that we would have with a development proponent, especially if the province has engaged with a proponent, as is the case, we know, for example, on East Harbor. So that's the main point of this report, is to lay out the process that the city would like the province to follow, and very much, go through those steps around the due diligence, have that conversation, whether it ends up in an agreement or not, have a high value conversation and community engagement, so that we can get to a place that basically narrows possibly the position between the city and the province and gets the most out of these TOCs that we can.
Right. Okay.
Thank
you very much.
To speak, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and the clerk can put that onto the screen. The motion was advance circulated last night, just because it is fairly long. But in essence, we are calling upon the city, starting with us, to convene a working group immediately for the First Parliament lands, and to bring to the table Infrastructure Ontario, who's ultimately the developer and owner of those lands, and Metrolinx. And I say owner of the lands because they're about to walk off with it, as well as work with the CEO of Creatio, our chief planner, to assess whether or not these lands can become a designated portion of the National Historic Site of Canada, to also assess whether or not it needs a federal impact assessment, also known as the environmental assessment. We want to express to the province of Ontario that these lands should be held in public ownership and public control in perpetuity. Any protection of the archaeological assets on those sites should be done in situ. They should not be removed. And to make sure that the development of the First Parliament lands are going to be done in consideration with the ambitions of the master planning process. We also want to make sure that we can build the facilities that were identified in the master plan. So therefore, the district library that the community has been advocating for and that has been promised to them for literally decades, as well as much affordable housing and anything else that's identified in the master plan. And of course, to finally make sure that we, as City Council, has reports back to us on this process. Madam Speaker, I summarized those recommendations very quickly, but in essence, what we're talking about here is of course, a new type of planning regime across the city with respect to where development goes along high order transit. But I'm just going to carve out the first Parliament land and highlight how the process is working for us right now. Madam Speaker, we received notification from the province earlier this year that they had intentions to expropriate the lands. And we know that the expropriation powers that the province has are large and overreaching, and very little can be done to stop it. Let me share with members of council the history of the first Parliament lands. The first Parliament buildings in Upper Canada, the first and second Parliament buildings of Upper Canada actually sat on these lands. These lands are bordered by Parliament Street, Berkeley Street, Front Street, and Parliament Square Park to the south. The size of this land, these lands, are approximately close to that of Nathan Phillips Square. So if you can imagine the birthplace of contemporary Canada at that time, this is where the foundation of the country began, built upon thousands of years of Indigenous settlement as well as Indigenous history. This represents not just a portion of the city of Toronto, but it is actually lands that should be significant for all of us as Canadians. What we've learned from the province is that their intention is to take these lands, to package it up and to sell it to a developer. So these lands will no longer be in the control of the public. They will not be in the ownership of the public, because the province is going to flip it to private developers. That means that the community effort, which was decades long in organizing and assembling those lands, is about to evaporate. So you heard from Real Estate Transaction Services that the province intends to own these lands and have control of these lands by August 2021. What we didn't get to in the questions is that the province is going to be registering a plan of registration sometime in the next 30 days. That means that those lands will then be owned by the province. They will not have control until August, but they're going to own it within 90 days from August. I can't tell you how disturbing and upsetting that is to the community. And I'm hoping that City Council sees the importance of this conversation, because if this is happening to the first Parliament site, arguably one of the most significant historical sites in the country, imagine what's going to happen to your local communities. There is so much significant history and archaeological richness here that it cannot just be eradicated. We can't gloss over it. There was a heritage interpretation strategy that was adopted by Council in 2017. We're trying to preserve this for all Canadians, and we hope you can support us in this work.
10 seconds. Okay, you had 10 seconds, Councillor Wong-Tam.
I concluded already, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I want to thank Councillor Wong-Tam for her strong defense of the work that her community has done around preserving this significant national historical site. I mean, it is incredible that this is being overridden by this bully tactic of the provincial government. It didn't have to be this way. There could have been a cooperative effort. And so I fully support her motion. It just is very apparent, I think, if you look at what's happening across the city, and this is the latest manifestation of what's happening to our city, is that the chief planner for the city of Toronto is now Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario. They've taken over planning. I mean, it is just beyond belief. I mean, what you see happening at Yonge and Eglinton, what they did by ripping up the Midtown and Focus plan, whereby the community worked for 5 years on putting in a plan to, have development, have infrastructure in the Yonge Eglinton Midtown area, came along, ripped up the plan, and imposed micro densities throughout that Midtown and Focus area. with no appeal to it. And talk about transit. Well, right now you cannot get on well, before COVID, you could not get on the subway station at peak hours at Eglinton on the Young Line. You couldn't get on. You had to wait for 5-6 cars to get on. Same with the Lawrence station. You couldn't get on. So they're saying, well, now with the new provincial mandates, and this is going to happen all across the city, they're going to say, well, because there's transit, there's basically unlimited amounts of densities that are going to follow. We just had a meeting about the development at Yonge and Lawrence, and the applicant had the audacity to say, well, we as the developer are helping the city of Toronto meeting its provincial density targets. That's what she said. Luckily, our planners interrupted her and said, sorry, Mrs. Developer, we have already met the provincial density targets and overcome them. At Yonge and Eglinton, we have overcome the provincial density targets based on transit by over 50%. At Yonge and Eglinton, we've already approved 79 condo towers. In the last 79 condo towers have already been approved in the Midtown and Focus area. Yet they're saying, well, we're now going to allow more density. We need more density because I have applications that were accepted at Eglinton and Duplex for 34 stories, 40 stories. They're coming back with applications for 65 stories. They said, yeah, we got the 40 stories, not good enough because of the provincial government's new density targets. We're now applying to the city for 65 stories. And then on top of it, we now have an application at Canada Square for 5 more towers, ranging from 45 stories to 70 stories. How are people ever going to safely use that transit station? So this example of the first parliament is an example of the bully tactics of the province. We have lost control over planning in the city of Toronto, and we better organize as a city to get the public to become aware of this loss of local say. Local residents basically have lost their power to have any say on significant transit issues or planning issues at major historically important areas. And this is a perfect example of what we've lost.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you, and I have a small motion if the clerks can put it up. That City Council requests the Province of Ontario to commit to an early discussion with the city about potential transit-oriented community developments in order to shape commercial arrangements in ways that support the city's planning vision for the area. And that's a very polite wording, much more polite than I'm feeling. I think it's very clear that the province intends to interfere in the planning process in an extremely negative way in order to bring in some more dollars to pay for the subway. And of course, it's good to integrate development with subway construction. That's an extremely good concept. And if a developer who is going to benefit from subway construction can contribute something to that, that might make some sense too. But we have never been, in my experience anyway, we have never been lured by dollars into doing bad planning. I remember a case in Willowdale where a developer was proposing something, and for a change, it didn't look that bad to me. And I said to the planning staff, oh, kind of looks okay. And they said, oh, no, it isn't. And they explained to me all the reasons why they thought it was not good planning. And we were not, in that case, we lost a whole pile of Section 37 money and said, no, it's not good planning. We're not supporting it. So, the provincial government is going to come along. It would appear they have no intention of honoring their verbal commitments about respecting good planning and the planning process. And they're just going to make deals in order to save relatively small amounts of money, like compared to the total cost of the subway construction, to get a developer to kick in $10 million, $20 million to deduct from that, and then to give them that amount of value in additional density beyond what the city would give them. That just does not work. And that is really making our communities pay for the cost of the subway construction. That wasn't part of their announcement. That's not how they've portrayed this. And I think increasingly, especially the councillors involved, need to call them out on that. And I know Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Long-Tam certainly are very active and vocal on that point. And I have the same issue in Willowdale with Centrepoint Mall. So I think we need to sure be diplomatic, but also strong at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Robinson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if you might consider amending your motion, and I'll tell you why. Because I've just gone through an experience in Thorncliffe Park where they were actually talking to the city, but not the local councillor. So I'm wondering, Councillor Fillion, if you would add in there local councillor or city council, because in my case, they were talking to ECDEV, they were talking to Create Toronto, they were talking to the Toronto Expansion Office, and I found out about it a few weeks ago from the local mosque. So, and the reason they weren't telling me, I believe, is because they were saying it was confidential. So I'm just wondering if you somehow can include us as city council. So we're brought into the movie a little earlier. That's just my suggestion to you, if you would be open to that.
Sure. I would certainly hope that if they talk to city planning, that city planning talks to the local councillor. Maybe we need to make that explicit. Perhaps the chief planner could send me an email just with any rewording suggestions. Certainly, I support the concept and glad to reword it to try to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion that clerks have. There it is. Thank you. This is, of course, about Eastern, south of Eastern, East Harbor. Though there's no harbor there, it sounds, it's a great branding. The City Council confirm its position, the south of Eastern land use designation as an employment area in the official plan, and City Council confirm its support for the province of Ontario's designation of the south of Eastern Avenue as a PZ, provincially significant employment zone. And secondly, to ask the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to report to our June meeting of Planning and Housing on any proposed changes to the status of the land use designation by the landowner in the province of Ontario. I just want to say this is harkened back to that motion that Councillor Fillion discussed, that he moved and I asked questions about. It just has to do with the importance of the of making sure that we're within our planning framework when we're having these discussions. And I think that was very clear, your motion, Councillor Fillion, that we're to respect our designations. And so far, the province has just leapt in not respecting that. And I think it's important that we underscore our understanding that you cannot start to unravel this provincially significant employment area, that the residents and the city have long battles. Those of you who were here in the term 2006 to 2010 will know that there was a huge fight around big box stores in here, the unraveling of employment, the contagion of starting something. And I think we're so well aware that once you introduce a residential into an employment zone, particularly one that's been maintained as a designation of significant, that it will then spread as a contagion and all the employment requirements will be gone because it will be residential. It's just the way the world works, as we know. And this has been a long-standing position. The city's very clear. We did send, I think, 90-some names of employment. We wanted 90-some zones to be maintained as provincially significant. And the province came back and let us have 65. And this is actually one of the areas that they recognized and designated as a provincially significant employment area. So I think it's just time that we reconfirm that as a city council, that we are discussing and negotiating only within our current land use. We don't have the authority to go outside. Secondly, I just want to note Councillor Cole's remarks about unbridled development. In particular, I think we saw that in Hollywood, in Collingwood, that they've actually brought in an interim control bylaw because they've said that they cannot build what the developer wants to build. They do not have the below ground infrastructure, let alone we're talking about transit infrastructure. They don't have the below ground infrastructure to handle all of the needs for water in order to deliver clean water, to have enough water pressure. So they've got to figure that out. I think we might be coming to that moment sometime in the city when we're looking at that amount of development and how much capacity do we have to treat water, treat wastewater, keep the lights on, all those kinds of things, particularly if we don't have super green development. So those are my remarks, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe in transit-oriented development. I think that if done right for a growing city like ours, that is expecting, another almost 700,000 residents in the next 30 years, is the way to go. Governments are investing millions of dollars in public transit, so making sure that the highest amount of residents, businesses, and public and community facilities are close to these public transportation is good planning policy. What is not good planning policy is just looking at development for the sake of paying for the transit. That is not transit-oriented development. That's just trying to have somebody to pay for their transit. And so when we are looking at transit-oriented development, we need to look at our planning principles, at our planning policies, to not displace communities, to create true mixed income communities, to create true complete communities. So the importance of our community facilities, the importance of affordable housing, the importance of not pushing out the communities like we've seen with other transit projects needs to be at the forefront of these conversations. And it needs to be a true partnership. It can't be just, this is the way we're going to move forward and like it or leave it. That's not the way to work with the city. That's the way to work with this council, which is an elected body by our city that has to respond to constituents the same way that provincial government does. So I encourage our city staff to push hard to have true transit-oriented development in our city, but to have a strong voice at the table to ensure that these principles that we are endorsing here, and there's some fine-tuning because there's some issues that we're seeing with some of the sites that need to be emphasized and that to be strongly advocated towards the city. But it is important that this is a true partnership between the city and the province as well. If done right, this is a benefit for the city. The millions of dollars that are invested in the city for transit, we need to make sure that the highest amount of people take benefit of this and live close to these transits and work closely to these transits. But we need to have a voice at the table. We have planning studies. We have shown that it can be done. I said this at executive and say it here again. We have the Christie's secondary plan at this council meeting. We have shown how we can work together. There's a station there that is going to be paid by development, and then our planning department has brought the density, has brought the community benefits, has worked with that community, and with some challenges, because density is never easy, as we all know in our communities when we're having those conversations. But the local councillors, the planning department, are bringing forward a secondary plan that addresses all those issues. And here we have at this council meeting, we're going to be approving that secondary plan. That is true transit-oriented development. So it can be done. It can be done right. We have shown that it can be done right, and that this is the way that we need to continue to move forward, with an open, transparent dialogue and a true partnership. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to sort of, I guess, in a way, kind of pull together some of the comments that were made, including the excellent comments just made by the Deputy Mayor. I spend a lot of my time, when I'm
Okay,
outside
sorry, Mayor, do you have a motion?
Speaker, I apologize. I most certainly do.
Okay.
And if you put that up, thank you. Yeah, I do. And the motion here is meant to try to pull together some of the concerns and the comments that have been made, and to put on the record, I think, for us as a bit of a checklist, but also I think more importantly for our partners, our colleagues at the province, with respect to the kinds of basic considerations that we'll be looking to have addressed in these consultations and discussions back and forth, if they're looking for us to be supportive of these kinds of developments, whether by minister's zoning order or otherwise. Sorry. Now my camera's, I'm not sure I've had it off all day. I apologize, I've certainly been here listening. So what I was saying that I talk about quite often in the context of trying to promote the city as a place to invest and create jobs is exactly that. And I was on the phone as recently as this week with a company overseas that wants to come here with a fantastic, possibly with a fantastic engineering R&D in a very great business for us. And those are people you want to come over and over again. We want for the border to be open again at the appropriate time for health purposes, to bring in the best and the brightest people that we are going to attract through immigration. Again, when those doors are open safely. But the bottom line is, if there are, to cite that number that's always cited, 700,000 people coming here, they have to have a place to work, and a lot of them are going to bring work with them and bring investment with them, which is good, but many will not. And they also have to have a place to live, and they have to have a way to get around. And we had this deficit for years and years and decades, and missed opportunities in terms of building transit. We need the transit, and with the transit will go and should go, I think, in the way we look at cities now, some degree of transit-oriented development done right. Because we want people to be able to not even think about having to have a car, but that they can leave their condo and get on a transit line, and then get off at the other end and go to work, and then go back. And so the work and the residences have to be near the transit. And I think we've long since accepted the notion of transit-oriented development. In this case, we have to have a collaboration, and we have to make it work right. Because having a collaboration that is one-sided or whatever is not a way to make it work right. And that's what I think we're focused on here. This arrangement, if we go back, has done a couple of things. First, it is going to allow us to deliver on building the transit that has been talked about for a long, long time. And look, while we could go back and say we had a relief line that was kind of ready to go, and so on, it was a different concept, different route, and there are pros and cons to everything, ours and theirs and all the rest. We're going to get the Ontario line, we're going to get the other transit lines that are contemplated by this deal, and we're going to get them at no cost to ourselves. And I would remind people that when we are happy about the fact that we can buy new streetcars, buy new buses, and contribute our share to those, which has been a third in those cases, when we can reallocate money that was in an account to the Scarborough East LRT, which is a hugely important project to me and I think to many members of council, that is only possible because we are not having to put that money forward to pay for a share of these $30 billion transit projects. And so it is the same money, and it also is allowing us to address something that I've heard Councillor Park speak about before, and rightly so, which was that we had allowed to build up across the city, but especially in regard to the TTC, a huge state of good repair backlog, and we're beginning to get a better handle on that. Certainly a better handle on it than we had before, where we were letting it just grow and grow and grow and never seemingly address it. So what we then have to do, I think the challenge switches to make sure that that if we accept the fact that any transit line built, no matter who's paying for it, if it's going to get built, it is going to attract development around it. You need only look at what's going on with respect to the Crosstown, for example. What did happen even with the Yonge Street subway itself. I mean, when you fly into Toronto and you look up Yonge Street, it's not an accident that development happened along that spine. Yes, it's the main street of the city, but it became very much the main street because there was a subway underneath it. And the development of stations and the development around stations in the case of, say, the Ontario line is not going to be simple because you are building a huge transit line through the heart of a mature city. And so, you know, the challenge for us is very much what Deputy Mayor Bylaw said, which is to make sure that we get it right. And get it right isn't just the sort of built form. It isn't just, how, you know, to what degree the consultation takes place in a meaningful manner. It is also the attributes, if I can call that, and the things that we need to have, the infrastructure, you know, whether it is, you know, the kind of public social infrastructure like libraries that I've heard talked about in the context of the Parliament lands, whether it is heritage being taken into account, whether it is, or whether it's other kinds of harder types of infrastructure, or just concerns about built form and the compatibility of those with the neighborhood. So I think, you know, to borrow a phrase that's been used a couple of times, this is meant to suggest what the basis upon which we are sitting in partnership at the table. And I think, to echo the words spoken by a couple at least, it is better for us to be at the table. We know what the province's statutory powers are. We know what those are. For right or for wrong, we know what they are. And I'm, not surprisingly for me, an advocate in this early going, and as we get into this, to sit down at the table and stay at the table and indicate through this motion that I'm asking you to support what the things are that we're going to be looking at. They should come as no surprise. So I will commend this motion to the members of council, Speaker, and conclude my remarks there. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. If we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, our first motion is motion one by Councillor Wong Tam. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Next motion is by Councillor Fillion as revised. On favor, show of hands.
I'd just like to have that recorded, please.
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Radford, if we could have your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak, we have not received your vote. Have you received it?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm locked out, so I can be recorded in the affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Speaker, the amendment carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Our next motion. Next motion is motion 3 by Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like that recorded too, please.
Recorded.
Councillor McKelvey, if we could have your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak, I see you're still not connected to the system. If we could have your vote, please.
Yes, I can be recorded in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Speaker, the amendment carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, thank you. If we can put the next motion on the screen. Motion 4 by Mayor Tory. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay. Thank you. Our next item is IE 21.16, further consideration of reducing salt use in our public realm. Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I do. I just have a couple questions and a quick motion. So I wanted to ask staff.
I'm sorry, Councillor Robinson,
motions.
we can't hear you clearly. Okay, if you can start.
You can't hear me?
It's kind of faint.
Oops.
Oh, okay, that's
Is that better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, thank you for telling me that. I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
To staff, I moved motions on this very issue in 2017 at the then Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on doing an analysis and best practices and strategies and reducing salt usage. I wanted to know what you've done related to that motion moved 4 years ago.
So through the speaker, it's Barbara. We've done actually, as recently as December, an assessment of our SALT program and our SALT use. We are also understanding that there's still some unanswered questions about that, and so we have recently contracted with a professor from Ryerson, who is going to be doing an overarching review, of course, bringing an environmental approach and looking at some of the issues that are highlighted in this report or this motion that are sort of outside transportation's purview. So that's about salt use on private property and a couple of other components. So they're going to make some recommendations to us on the best way to get those pieces addressed. And we will be coming back with a response as well, probably towards the end of the year after that body of work is completed.
So can I again ask about best practices and strategies to reduce salt? Have you looked at international examples of countries, cities, municipalities that have done a good job on this front?
Absolutely, and Vince has done more direct work on that. If you wanted to give some examples, that would be helpful perhaps, but we have done that work, yes.
Yes, through the chair to the councillor. Yes, we have looked at other jurisdictions when it comes to best practices. I just recently attended a American Public Works Association STO conference a few weeks ago, virtually, of course. And in that conference, I reviewed our practices against other jurisdictions in North America. And I found that, in fact, we are either complying with industry best practices or in some cases even leading the cases. But again, as Barbara mentioned, the work that we are going to do with Ryerson University will do a further jurisdictional review on all international best practices when it comes to salt management.
Thank you. And you mentioned that you know, it's a broader issue than just City Hall and City, because there's all sorts of private industry involved in this. But I did ask at the time in 2017 for a public awareness campaign to educate residents on the impacts and on its proper usage. Did anything come of that? Again, that was moved 4 years ago. So I just wanted to know if there was a public awareness campaign that was unanimously supported by council to take on.
Certainly, we've done public awareness campaigns about our winter program, which I believe also address, I would say sort of lightly address the issue of salt use. We understand that there is a broader messaging that needs to go out not only to individual property owners, but also to property management companies and others who routinely use salt to manage icy conditions. So I think there's more work that still needs to be done there. I believe that we've done some of it, but it's definitely one of the things we want to get a path forward on through this next report that we're working on right now.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. So Councillor Robinson?
Yeah, so I have a quick motion, a very tiny motion.
Okay, the motion's on the screen.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I just want to add the public library to the list and thank Councillor Layton for putting this forward. I have noted as a former vice chair of the Toronto Public Library and haven't played a role on that board for years, but I do find that the use of salt at both the Toronto Public Library sites as well as the Toronto Parking Authority sites are unbelievable. And I reference them as shade carpet. If those of you who are old enough to remember shade carpet, they're literally using salt like a shade carpet. It's that thick. Even when there's not a lot of snow and ice, it just gets thrown down. And I took photos, so I have photo evidence of what I'm talking about. But it's just got to stop. I mean, I moved motions on this 4 years ago, and still the agencies of the city are not stepping up and playing a role. So this year I saw the Toronto Parking Authority site near Sunnybrook Hospital, again with this thick. And it's hard to capture it in a photo, but I just wanted to emphasize that. And I really hope city departments as well as city agencies will play a role in modeling what we should be doing for the private industry, so that we can say, we're doing this right, you need to follow suit. But we're not doing it right now. And I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but it's simply, I've sent a number of emails to the public library about this issue over the years, and it continues to happen, as well as Toronto Parking Authority. So I hope we can address this. I also, as I moved in 2017, which sounds like it was years ago, and it was, that we have a public awareness campaign to educate residents. People are not going to modify or adapt their behavior unless we're letting them know the impacts on the rivers and lakes that surround our city and run through our city. So I think it's very important that transportation acts on that motion that was approved by all of us many years ago, last term, to address the awareness in the city for residents to help them understand and navigate the issues. And so did I move? I moved my motion. Okay, so I'm good. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So on the amendment on the screen, on favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Our next item is PH 22.7, update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings. Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
I would like to ask staff what type of feedback you're getting from residents about the hearings, because I'm certainly getting extensive feedback, and I just wondered if what you're hearing from local residents about the hearings, both virtually but non-virtually prior to, from committee adjustment experiences.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
For the speaker, we do obtain quite a bit of feedback. I can tell you so far we've had about 100 hearings in the virtual format, and we suffer from the same technical type issues that all committees suffer from in terms of WebEx connectivity and some residents being lost on a connection. Overall, I think there are some that are comfortable with the WebEx format in terms of our hearings, but we've absolutely had complaints related to it's not the same as appearing in public in a normal scenario. There's no question about that.
Thank you very much. And we're getting feedback that people aren't being heard, their voices aren't being heard, they're being cut off, there's technical problems, they're getting the notice late, very late, and not even able to register. So have you heard any feedback about the written comments being 5 days, business days before, and the, being in person 2 days before, and yet the developer and the applicant can change their plans literally on the floor of a committee of adjustment hearing? Have you had any feedback about deadlines related to that?
For the speaker, yes, we've had concerns raised about the deadline, and Council may recall that the last time the C of A report or a report like this was before Council, we advised we would be extending the time frame between when notice is mailed out and when there's a hearing. And that now is at between 22 and 25 days prior to a hearing. The Planning Act and the regulations that govern the procedures of the C of A require only 10 days for minor variance, but we've now bumped it up to about 24. There should be we can't control Canada Post, but there should be ample time in there to meet deadlines. We've also require signage posted on a property, and we've also put in this report that's before you that we're rolling out new signage this next month across the city, which better links to the Application Information Center. It's a bigger format, it's more clear, and we think that will be much more helpful.
I'm happy to hear about the signage. That's great. But since we can't control Canada Post, do you not think there should be accommodation for residents when the notices are late and they can't meet your deadlines for written and in-person submissions, and in-person deputations?
For the speaker, we require a deadline so that we could package the agenda and forward it to the panel ahead of a hearing. And that is usually done for the weekend prior to a hearing, because these agendas can have up to 700 pages of correspondence and reports. And we have audited this and find that it can take 20 hours for members to read the agenda prior to a hearing. Having said that, if correspondence from a councillor or resident comes in late, we do post that to the AIC, and we do advise the members that late correspondence has come in. Our concern, though, is that late correspondence isn't going to get to do a time it should have, as the members have already read through the agenda. But we do let the members know that correspondence has come in.
How do you address, these last-minute negotiations between the applicant and local neighbors? And this happened to me last week, where they were trying to frame up some type of compromise, but when they went to do their deputation, the applicant did not really reflect those changes and those commitments made. So I quickly emailed your staff, and the developer wouldn't entertain deferring. But how do we best deal with these things when people are actually trying to work together and compromise, but that's not reflected in the hearing content?
Through the speaker, yes. I mean, side discussions or agreements of settlement or negotiations between an applicant and local residents done on the side doesn't always reflect in the decision of the committee, because what the committee has before it are the minor variances that they've submitted. Often the committee will defer the matter knowing that the ongoing discussions are occurring, and in cases like the one you raised, you provided, I believe, correspondence to the committee, and the committee reacts to that. So they do their best to address the discussions that may be occurring at the last minute, often resulting in a deferral. But ultimately, what the committee has before is the application and not necessarily the discussion that's occurring on the side.
Okay, that was your last question. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Menon Wong, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the committee recommendations, especially committee recommendation number 1, which is, in my view, and I was wondering if staff could comment on this, is inconsistent with the body of the report. That what I'm saying is what they're recommending was not even included in the staff report. Is that fair to say?
Through the speaker to the deputy mayor, that's correct. That motion was put forward after lunch at the meeting I think in respect to some of the correspondence that was received at the committee.
So this motion calls for an independent public review. Is it in relation to the virtual public meetings, or was it the intent to an independent public review of the Committee of Adjustment?
Well, I think the spirit of the discussion, certainly the content of the report, was with respect to how the committee is managing through the virtual period that we're in right now. It's not entirely clear if this motion is in respect of the entire operation or just because we're trying to manage through the pandemic.
But if you were to do if there was an independent review, that reviewer would have to understand the context under which he was going to undertake the review.
That's correct. We last undertook, for example, consultant recommendations. I think it was in 2019. Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, which looked at the operations in totality. It's likely as a result of this motion that we might go back to that review and dust it off and see what further continuous improvement initiatives we can entertain.
So you already have actually a document that sort of guides you in terms of an analysis of how the committee operates.
That's correct, as well as our pretty much annual reporting now on continuous improvement initiatives that we're trying to make to the committee.
And one of the recommendations is this independent reviewer has to look at alternatives to the Committee of Adjustment. Is the Committee of Adjustment legislatively prescribed?
Through the chair, yes, it is, Deputy Mayor. It's legislatively prescribed and the city has employed that option. If it weren't to employ that option, these 4,000 applications that we process a year would come to City Council as the alternative. That's the only alternative.
And the they're saying the members need education and training on procedure and substance. So there seems to be a level of unhappiness, or the behind that is the idea that they're not properly educated. My guess is, and you correct, that they are trained by staff in terms of the procedures and how decisions are made that would withstand appeal, so that the committee decisions are credible and won't be overturned. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would agree with that. We undertake regular training. Mike can elaborate, but they are also governed by regulations under the Planning Act, and legal services are heavily involved in making sure that the committee operates in a consistent manner with the procedures and regulations under the Act.
This proposition that they're uneducated might be a manifestation is that the people that are complaining aren't happy with the decisions, even though the Committee of Adjustment members are making decisions that fundamentally they have to do because the law or the regulations or previous decisions say they need to make it, because otherwise they would be overturned in a higher body. Is that fair to say?
Through the speaker, I wouldn't want to get behind the motivation for the concerns. I think many of the concerns, as Mr. Mitzi outlined, are as a result of the frustration that people may be experiencing with virtual meetings. But we believe strongly that the committee is functioning well and fairly, and that's been our objective through the course of the pandemic.
My understanding is the Committee of Adjustment members to clear their backlog are working exceedingly hard. Can you confirm to me that you've actually received some communications of a certain level of disappointment in the recommendations, not recognizing the hard work that these committee members have undertaken?
Through the chair, I can't personally. I don't know if Mr. Mitzi has received any indications of that. Mike?
Through the speaker, yes. We have had some discussion with some members. Certainly the Deputy Secretary Treasurers have as well. I can say that there's been questions about, they're taking their direction from us and we take it from council. And the direction was to address the backlog. And like you said, Councillor, we've done very long hearings and increased the number of hearings so we can get through about more than 3,000 applications in the last 9 months. And questions raised. They believe they are absolutely following the rules of natural justice and the rules of procedure as set out.
Final question.
Sorry, Councillor, that was your last question. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. Through you to Mr. Mitzi, I, like other councillors, have fielded all sorts of calls, and there's a variety of them. And I think the comment of the previous councillor was around, sometimes it's about the outcome. I agree with that, right? People are upset with that. Other times, I've heard complaints about various aspects of the whole process, and I wondered if you could tell me what's the process around gating the complaints, and how do we as a government deal with them? Because they're various. Maybe you just elaborate a little bit on it.
Through the speaker, sure, Councillor Holiday. So far under the virtual format, we've probably registered to speak between 10,000 and 12,000 people. And you can imagine with that kind of volume, we're going to get complaints now and then. I personally receive complaints. I can tell you in 9 months, I probably received about 24. My Deputy Secretary Treasurers also do. So does the Ombudsman or sometimes the Integrity Commissioner, and they generally feed back to us and we look into these. Every complaint we receive, we do examine them. And you are correct. Often we find out that ultimately a resident, for example, is unhappy with the outcome. And it's not very often that there has been a procedural or process-related error, so much as it is about the outcome.
Now sometimes it's not just the outcome, and you can actually split this. You can split a genuine issue of how the process unfolded. I mean, I've watched a few tapes. I call them tapes, but I guess they're YouTube recordings of people saying, Councillor, you should look at this. Can you tell me, is that not everything goes to a full-blown review? Not everything goes to the Ombudsman or the Integrity Commissioner. Is there a variety of proportionate responses to these type of issues that come up? And do your staff find ways of dealing with them? So, and what I'm getting at is the answer to your question might give any listener to the question some assurance that complaints aren't ignored; they are processed in a rational way.
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor. We actually address every complaint we receive. We do contact the complainant. Usually we provide a written response. Sometimes the complaint has actually nothing to do with the hearing itself. It may relate to a refund that they're seeking or where all the variance is captured, etc. It isn't always about the actual hearing itself, but we do provide a response to all complaints that come in.
What happens, or is there a way to deal with the conduct of the participants of the hearing? I separate, the panel members. They're different. They're the panel members. They're there every time, but sometimes you get applicants and you get members of the public, and there's a dispute between the two of them. One says, you didn't say something that was true, or you said something that maligned my persona. is there any way for us to try to address that type of behavior? I mean, I know at community council, right, we deal with that right on the floor, but you know, do the panel members have some tools around that, or how does that get handled?
Through the speaker, I'm happy to say I've seen very little of that live on WebEx. Very similar to how city clerks operates council and committees of council, we actually use the same format. We can control a muting function and allow callers to call in or call them out if necessary. The members themselves have an incredible amount of experience, and they're pretty good at appeasing or dealing with the issues being raised by perhaps a resident that's unhappy. It's rarely come up. We have not really had issues with inappropriate behavior, if that's the right word, or things not properly said at a committee.
How about when somebody says something that's inaccurate? Now, inaccurate is in quotes because that may be a matter of debate between people, but sometimes, you know, facts become contradictory to other things. You know, how do members of public deal with that when they say they're absolutely convinced that somebody said something that was untrue and changed the outcome of the process? Or how do they convey that to the panel members?
That was your last question.
For the speaker. Yeah, I've definitely heard that issue raised before, where an applicant is expressing certain facts and perhaps the public is expressing different facts. And what's accurate. It is why we do rely a lot on written submissions, that we have fulsome sets of plans, that we have our sister departments provide reports to the committee members so that there are various and accurate inputs into their decision making. It goes back to why they need sufficient time to review the agenda material so that they can make very informed decisions.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It sounds like there's a recommendation from the committee here to do a review, but in answering these questions and looking at the report, changes of public notice and such, it looks like there's kind of ongoing review on the part of staff. That there are a lot of things that are sort of recent new advice here. Is that the case? Is this sort of an ongoing review and process?
For the speaker. The irony about going virtual is it presented a real opportunity for us to rethink how we do a number of things at the C of A, including informing the public, updating our website, changing what education programs we may have with the members. We are in a constant continuous improvement mode, and I think it's been accelerated because of the virtual platform.
Okay. And with respect to the training, I know as a counselor, we're in the forums where it's us making the decision politically, you do get trained at the beginning of a term of office, but then you live it for a couple of years, and there's sometimes a need to go back. Let's go back and look at that again. Let's remind ourselves. Does that happen through the term with the Committee of Adjustment panel?
Through the speaker. Yes, we actually do have training sessions with all the members. In fact, we had one 2 Fridays ago. It was a refresher on rules of natural justice. A presentation was provided by legal services in that case. Like any organization, we'd like to do more training. The days and months go by, and we would like to do more of it. But we do it fairly regularly, and on a daily, if not weekly basis, we do update the members, or the Deputy Secretary Treasurers update them if there's policy change or procedural change. So it is something we do routinely.
Okay, I just have 2 more things, Madam Speaker. I hope I can fit them in. One of them is I get about natural justice, but do you also, refresh on the specifics? And I ask that because I have a neighborhood, for instance, Bayview Gardens has a fairly permissive exact height. It has the same height for flat roofs as for slope roofs, in acknowledgement of the fact that that's what's going on there on large lots. But we still see Committee of Adjustment being pretty permissive in variances over and above that. And so I'm wondering if you get reminders about specifics like that. But I also, the other one I want to ask is about the public notice. It's mentioned in the report, so I looked it up on the website. We have a different kind of public notice that we're going to begin to put on a C of A applicant site. It says in July 2021, but it just says a change is proposed here in bold print. Great to have it in bold print, but we aren't going so far as to put that orange outline that really highlights for people this is the potential change. So I'm wondering if you could speak to those two. Do we talk about the specifics to the C of A and that sign that does the talking to community? Are we sure that the sign that's coming out is going to have enough specificity for the community to really pay attention to what the change might be?
You, Speaker, on two separate questions, really. On the first one, we do provide updates and training to the members on the specifics of planning. For instance, at our next training session, we're inviting urban forestry in to talk about street trees and the private tree bylaw, et cetera. So we do provide that kind of training. It's important to also note, Councillor, that these members are, most of them are two-term members of the C of A. They have an incredible amount of experience under their belt. They know the zoning bylaw quite well. On your second question related to the notice, yes, this new signage that's rolling out in July has been piloted for the last year in the Scarborough district. So we've actually had it out there. We have been getting feedback on it, and we've made some tweaks to it, actually. We want to roll it out to the city, but we're going to be very open-minded to any suggestions that might improve it further. It's a big change from the old signage, which you might recall is green or yellow and very hard to see
and
from
dry
a sidewalk.
Dust.
Yeah, it's very boring. This signage, we hope, will make a big difference.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, thank you. I guess it's to Mr. Mitzi. Is there any way that residents who are attending one of these community adjustment meetings get any kind of help from the city on how to prepare for the hearing, what the rules are, some of the basics 101 of planning? And do we offer that kind of assistance to residents?
Through the Speaker, I have had that question asked of me before, and what we have done is we have updated the C of A webpage for what to expect when you come to a hearing in terms of the process. It's sort of a guide for all people that are involved in the process. We have a pamphlet or brochure on our website, but it's important to note we're administering a quasi-judicial body here, and we as the staff in the C of A have to remain relatively neutral and objective in administering this tribunal. So it's not like we can directly assist an individual resident with their case before the C of A.
No, but I'm not saying assist them. I'm saying, sort of get them through the process, how the process works. That why shouldn't they be able to make a phone call and talk to a real live person and say, listen, I've never been to a committee of adjustment hearing before. How does it work? Can't they do that?
Through the Speaker, we absolutely do that. We field calls every day from applicants and the public on what's the next steps in the process, how to involve themselves. That is part of the everyday role of the application technician and the Deputy Secretary Treasurers.
So, but it seems that the public isn't aware of that. They call my office and say, listen, I don't know how this system works. And so could we make that more readily available, that they can call and ask for this kind of assistance and information? Should we put that on the new signs you're putting up?
Through the Speaker, I encourage you to have a look at the new signs because it does include that information. It will include the application contact and the number. And currently, notice that goes out was revised last year, and notice does include number to call and contact information. So we have improved that.
Yeah, well, I have a staff person that helps residents in going to the committee because we have so many. I don't know whether it's normal, but I mean, the last committee adjustment, there was 19 items from my ward before the Committee of Adjustment. And she's been helping at the Committee of Adjustment for years. And she says things are not going well. That's her comments. And here are some of the things that I'd like you to comment on. Said, first of all, at many of the committee hearings, instead of the 5 members, there's only 2 that show up.
Through the speaker, that can't be possible. A quorum is 3. We routinely have 5 members. Occasionally, we've gone to 4. It's extremely rare we go to 3.
Oh, but it said where it's 2 members and the chair. That's
3,
happening
yes.
all the time now.
Through the speaker, our effort is to always strike a 5-member panel. Occasionally, we've had to go to 4 and 3, but that's not the norm.
Anyways, that's what my staffer is saying. Also, it seems that the pattern is that too often now the members are ignoring the residents and their points in opposing a committee of adjustment. That seems to be a growing trend, that they're just basically going along with the applicant and not listening to the local residents.
To the speaker, the members listen carefully to all deputants and they read all correspondence that comes before them. Perhaps the outcome or their decision may not be favorable to the resident of concern, but they are listened to and provided their opportunity to speak just like anyone else who deputizes before the committee.
Yeah, and then the other thing is the agendas, sometimes they're so long.
Last question.
With 35 items on the agenda and multiple, complex, items before the committee. Can we have more of these meetings with less agenda items so that, like, my staff person can help the people going before the Committee of Adjustment so they could get a fair hearing?
Okay, thank you.
Through the speaker, an absolutely fair comment. Council directed us to address the backlog caused by canceling 18 hearings last year at the start of the pandemic. I'm happy to report, in particular in the Outer 3 district, that backlog has come down, and we're expecting a more normalization of the hearing load and the number of hearings going forward. So we hope that will improve over the next while.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to Ms. Mitzi and perhaps other staff members. First of all, let me just say, I'm not sure if it's just unique to me in Scarborough, but I have to say I have to compliment the members of the Committee of Adjustment. I find that they're doing great work. And yes, some of my residents are not happy with the decisions, not because they're wrong, just because they don't like the decisions and so on. And I do like the signage and so on that you've spoken about. I've actually been able to see them. It's a definite change from before. But my question to you specifically, I wondered if you have documentations and or court decisions. You're talking about the involvement of staff, and I understand the neutrality aspect of it, and that's great. However, the involvement with respect to councillors is often require, residents want councillors to be involved, to provide them with directions, to give them some advice and so on. I'm just wondering, the courts though have a different views on that, because I know that there are situations where members of council are being sued, and the question by the courts is the involvement of the councillor. For example, you involve a ratepayers group, you tell them how to sign their neighbors up to petition against a specific development and or variances. I'm just wondering, do you have decisions from the courts as to the involvement of councillors, what councillors' role can be?
Through the speaker, this might be a question better put to legal services if they're on the call, but I can say that we do discourage councillors from attending hearings, but we encourage them to provide correspondence if they wish. And part of that relates to that council has delegated its authority to deal with these matters to the Committee of Adjustment. And so a form of some separation is encouraged.
Right.
This is a city
Sorry, go ahead.
solicitor. I would echo what has just been said, and also remind council that this was an issue that the Integrity Commissioner did look at previously, and guidance is actually the sort of thing that one could seek from the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, I appreciate that, but I just want to make sure it's really clear. I think it was stated before as to the fact that we could help our constituents by providing them with information. So what I want to understand is whether or not we have any cases where courts have actually responded to the engagement and or the involvement of counselor, counselor's office and staff in a matter, because I know that I'm aware of a case right now where that is being challenged with respect to the counselor's involvement in terms of encouraging the community and or the residents to respond to concerns that they have. And this is part of a litigation that's taking place. I'm just wondering if there's any court decisions on that. That's what I'm really hoping to achieve in terms of the answer.
There are a number of cases that address the role of an individual counselor versus the role of council as a whole, and those underscore the significance of the council as a whole making decisions and representing the city, and generally speaking indicate that an individual counselor has a role only if it has been delegated by city council. I'm not aware of decisions that specifically deal with Committee of Adjustment, but I have read many decisions on this particular point. So anything to deal with Committee of Adjustment would, of necessity, be along those lines.
So just to make sure it's clear and I understand your comment, you're suggesting that delegation by council in an activity that would take place relating to a Committee of Adjustment matter, that somehow that would be appropriate? Versus a situation in which a counselor individually is helping residents in their ward to deal with a particular matter, that would be inappropriate? I wasn't clear.
Sure. So I was speaking generally about the line of cases addressing the separation between council and an individual counselor, but I should circle back to what Mr. Mizzi said about the role of a counselor in providing information to constituents,
yes.
which is appropriate, and the fact that council's decision-making authority has been delegated to the Committee of Adjustment in this instance. So individual counselors are encouraged to sort of respect that delegation of
Sure.
jurisdiction.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Thank you. A couple of questions of Mr. Mitzi. The first having to do with precedents. When something is proposed that is outside the bounds of what is normally approved, and in addition to having an impact on that specific site and those specific neighbors, would also try to set a larger precedent for a larger area. How do we deal with that in the staff reports to the committee?
To the Speaker, I don't myself, the committee doesn't have oversight of the reports that come to committee. There's a bit of an arm's length relationship. Community planning, for example, provides reports to the C of A. We're not part of that because we administer
right.
the C of A.
Of course, yes. So sorry, I'm asking the wrong person.
No,
Just
I would just comment through the Speaker, Councillor Fillion, that the staff would be certainly guided by the 4 tests of the Planning Act in arriving at any advice that they give to the committee, and certainly the reading of the official plan, applicable official plan and zoning bylaw.
so staff should be highlighting the if something is a precedent setter, that should be highlighted in a staff report typically.
Well, again, I think we're guided by the OP and the zoning, and the concern. I mean, every matter is dealt with on its merits, as you know. whether or not there are patterns in neighborhoods that need to be brought to the attention of the committee, staff should be doing that. But again, they would apply probably in every instance a review of the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Mitzi, I think this is your staff, but I'm not sure. The length of time that it takes to formally advise what the committee has done and the appeal deadlines, I have some concerns that sometimes a decision comes out very close to an appeal deadline. Do you have any comment on that?
Through the speaker, if that's the case, I'd certainly like to hear about that, because that shouldn't be happening. There should be ample time between the decision of a committee and the appeal period running to allow anybody to appeal to the TLAB if necessary. So I can tell you that we endeavor to get the decisions out as soon as they're rendered. So if there are examples and you can bring that to my attention, I'm happy.
Sure, and I've been meaning to call you about it. There's not, there haven't been a lot of very problematic examples, to be frank, but I just wanted to be clear, the clock starts on the date of the hearing, not on the date that staff put out something advising people of the decision. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, I would have to confirm and get back to you, but actually the regulations have a different requirement for minor variance versus consent. One relates to the day of the decision. I believe for consent, it's the day the decision was mailed out. I'll have to confirm that and get back to you.
Okay, we can talk offline on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to double back to the comments made about councillor participation at Committee of Adjustment. Now, I guess in the 10 or 11 years I've been at City Hall, I've only gone to a couple of those. At no time did the chair or the clerk ever say that councillors should not be deputing or be present. We delegate authority to the Signed Variance Committee, the Compliance Audit Committee, the Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal, the Toronto Licensing Community Tribunal, the Rooming House Licensing Body. We delegate to a lot, and councillors seem to be always welcome at those events. Is this a change in policy? Because certainly we all meet with the Integrity Commissioner once a year for a year-end review. I've never heard this mentioned before.
Through you, Speaker, it may be best if legal could comment on this, but I can tell you this is not new. For many, many years, there has been advice provided that while correspondence, etc., is welcome, it is advisable that councillors not attend the hearing because of the delegation of that authority to the committee.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is correct. There has been a change. I'm going to invite Kelly Matsumoto to provide any additional advice if she's available to do that.
Hi, it's Kelly. I don't really have additional advice. I think that is correct. My only other comment would be the importance of planning evidence is being the determinative of how a decision gets made. So it's not that the council's input isn't important, but I think it just needs to be remembered that the committee members need to hear planning evidence to the best of their, if that's available. So that's always the key thing.
No, but what I'm saying is the consistency across all our review panels. Is this so? Let's talk about Compliance Audit Committee. Normally, councillors don't go there unless they're under some kind of review. The Dangerous Dog Review Tribunal, the Toronto Licensing Tribunal. Are you saying that we shouldn't be going to any of those?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not able to speak to the procedures of all of these committees. However, I I can speak to the Compliance Audit Committee, which of course does involve an individual councillor as a party in each instance. So councillors would be expected to participate in those proceedings.
So I guess I attended a sign variance committee meeting that, I don't know, a few years ago, whatever. I was asked to come and listen in. Chair didn't say anything. Members of the committee didn't say anything. Clerk didn't say anything. I deputed on the issue, gave them information they didn't have. It all seemed fine. Are you saying that shouldn't happen now?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting that there's a prohibition, but as Mr. Mizzi indicated, there is a delegation from council to the committee, and as he indicated, councillors are not encouraged to participate, but certainly can participate in writing.
Okay, I guess it's a conversation for another time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is for Ms. Wahlberg or for the Integrity Commissioner. My memory is that we did actually receive written advice from a previous Integrity Commissioner, I believe it was Ms. Leeper, saying that both because this was a delegated authority and also because Council appointed the members of the Committee of Adjustment, that we should not participate generally. There were a couple of carve-outs, one of them being that if city planning had written to the committee and had recommended that the issue properly belonged in front of council instead of the committee, then that was appropriate. Am I remembering that correctly?
That is my recollection as well. And at this point in time, unfortunately, I can't remember what the carve-outs were, but that is my recollection of the general tenor of the advice of the Integrity Commissioner. And I agree, this is really more of an issue for the Integrity Commissioner.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Councillor. Madam Speaker, yeah, I've been trying to get on the list to ask questions, but I can't get on. I don't know. I keep pushing the button, but it's not allowing. Could you add me to the list, please? To ask questions.
Councillor Perruzza. Oh, Councillor Perruzza, questions.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So the way I understand the process is any matter that is a Committee of Adjustment matter could conceivably be a City of Toronto Council matter. City Council could deal with any issue that the Committee of Adjustment deals with, correct? We could issue variances.
Through you, Speaker, no, that is not the case. You've delegated your authority to deal with minor variances and consents to the C of A. The decision of the C of A is appealable to TLAB, and councillors do involve themselves by making motion to council about appearing before the TLAB, or councillors can provide advice to the C of A, but no, council does not itself deal with minor variances and consents.
But we could, if we chose to.
Yeah, through the chair, the alternative, Councillor Perruzza, that you're suggesting is that the matter be dealt with as a zoning bylaw amendment. So, for example, someone could go to the committee as a minor variance application. Alternatively, they could file a zoning bylaw amendment. A variance is a form of amendment. It's the committee is delegated to deal with variances, but certainly if somebody wants file a full-blown rezoning as an alternative, that's their purview. It's not always as expeditious. If someone's putting a small porch on their house, it's not really something that the Planning Act anticipates these minor adjustments. That's why there's a minor variance process.
Okay, so Greg, let me ask you the question another way. So we delegate certain matters to community councils, okay? As by sort of as a final kind of adjudicative body. Are you suggesting, for example, that a Scarborough councillor couldn't attend the Etobicoke Council and speak to a matter that's been delegated to Etobicoke Community Council? Just because it's been, that's a delegated authority to that specific community council.
Well, through the speaker, with respect to planning matters, there are no planning matters that are delegated to community council. All planning matters come through city council.
I got it, but I don't know. What are delegated to community council? Stop signs? Okay, so let's say community council is dealing with a stop sign. The Etobicoke Community Council is going to deal with a stop sign. It's delegated that authority to that community council. Some local person knows a Scarborough councillor and says, hey, they're putting up a stop sign on my street. I don't want that. Can you help me out? And Paul Ainsley shows up at a Etobicoke Community Council and says, I want to speak to the stop sign. We're going to say, no, Paul, you can't, because this is delegated to us and not to you.
Through the speaker, Councillor, with respect, you're raising procedural matters that I am not.
I understand. I got that. So the minute,
and if I could add, Madam Speaker,
yeah.
that is a different sort of delegation in a different context with a different set of procedural rules to govern it. So it is a difficult comparison to make, but
Okay.
it is different.
So what you're suggesting, I guess I'm trying to understand this because, I was elected a city councilor in 1988. And I have to tell you, for years, city councilors appeared before committee of adjustment. Not a big deal. It was often pretty standard. I remember John Fillion, for example, used to have a delegated staff person sit at all committee of adjustment meetings and deal with each and every application that came through. That person spoke to it, provided neighborhood advice as an advocate, obviously, for a neighborhood. But that was something that was done. And now, so when a matter goes to committee of adjustment, a notice is provided to a neighborhood saying there's a matter before the committee of adjustment. It now becomes a community issue. So you're saying that the city councilor at that point could no longer be a community advocate.
Councillor Perusa, can you please ask your question?
Yeah, my question
And last
is,
question.
I'm trying to understand the interpretation of this stuff.
Okay, but
and
please ask
what
your
the big deal
question.
is, right? Yeah.
Madam.
So you're saying that a city councilor can no longer be a community advocate and appear before an adjudicative body, or in this case, yeah.
First of all, I just want to make three very quick points. One is that this is not a new rule, and I do not expect that a committee of adjustment would ever refuse to hear from a member of council. But as Councillor Perks points out, there has been advice from the Integrity Commissioner about this in the past. As it's not really my role as City Solicitor to give code of conduct related advice to members of council, I'm uncomfortable elaborating on this, but certainly the answers to the questions you've heard thus far do indicate that the Integrity Commissioner has previously indicated that there are limits on what may be considered an appropriate role for members of council.
Thank you. Councillor, that was your last question. Thank you.
Oh, it was. Okay, sure.
To speak, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have motions if the clerks would kindly put them on the screen. So I have three motions amending recommendation 2 from the Planning and Housing Committee. The purpose of my motions is to improve public participation, particularly where residents do not receive their notices on time, and also to request interim solutions to some of the ongoing problems I'm hearing about. So that will hopefully serve as an interim options or corrections while the public review gets underway. So this staff report, it responds to a number of motions put forward by various councillors over the last year or so, including a motion I moved in December 2020 related to the virtual hearings. And admittedly, I was very disappointed that the only recommendation included in the staff report was to receive it for information. So I do want to thank Councillor Wong Tam for the set of motions that she put forward on behalf of, I think, all our communities to look at a review. And I will tell you that there's a number of letters before you at this council meeting from our residents, my ratepayers associations, as well as yours, very concerned about the process. In fact, a number of my residents associations deputed at Planning and Housing Committee, and I think they did an excellent job, very impressive deputations outlining the concerns. So I thank them for that and their engagement. After every single Committee of Adjustment hearing, I hear from multiple groups of residents because I have a lot of hearings. I'm in the top 3, I believe, in the city. I may not be, but I used to be. Maybe that's altered, but I have a lot of hearings. And I hear about the process. So yes, people aren't always happy with the outcomes of the decisions made. That is true. But what I hear about is people's voices not being heard and their perspectives not mattering and them feeling very sidelined. So it's more for me, representing my residents today, about process than it is outcomes. And I think there's a clear disadvantage. I think Councillor Cole alluded to this and was really referencing this in a very important way. There's a clear disadvantage to the residents in the minor variance process. They don't understand the procedures as well as developers do, who are doing it all the time, and they don't have access to the same time and resources that the developers do. So thank you, Councillor Cole, for your comments. When a good example is when a resident receives a public notice in the mail about a minor variance application, they have about 7 days to react. And they have to become an overnight expert in planning, architecture, tribunal procedures, within hours. This issue is compounded when the notices arrive late, which they have a habit of doing. So under the new rules, the virtual format, it's 5 days to actually submit something, and then just a couple days to actually appear. I'm not sure why there's those hard and fast rules. When the developer and the applicant can change things right up to the last minute, including at the hearing. So I have moved motions on that to simply look at those deadlines that seem a little bit unfair, and certainly unfair in the case of them getting the notice late. The Committee of Adjustment, I think we all have to be aware, it's making precedent-setting decisions that will forever affect character of neighborhoods. And I think that I've gone on, some little site tours recently, and I have photos. I'm not going to put them up, but I have photos of 3 recent builds that were approved, where they tower above the next house, like massive, eat up the entire footprint of the building lot, and just tower. So you've got something a third or more higher than the next house, and it does affect scale, scope, and the character dramatically. I'll give you an example. I've got 2, I had just recently an application for double the length of the bylaw. And next week, there's an application for our front yard setback 2 inches from the sidewalk. So it's very aggressive applications that are coming in. The residents are having a hard time navigating it. It's not really, they feel it's not transparent, and it really doesn't have the integral components that we need in public engagement. So I hope that you'll support my motions that will help further facilitate public participation in a very important process that does impact and affect local neighborhoods that we represent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Baila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you. Councillor, I do recognize what you're trying to get in here. I'm just, how do we confirm that the notices have been delayed? Like, how do we know? We're putting the onus on our staff. I mean, so if somebody just calls and said my notice was delayed, so the deadline gets, there's no deadline anymore. I'm just, how do we operationalize?
Well, I think it's about public trust and trusting our residents. Also, sometimes we as councillors receive the notices, but I think that my residents certainly are very engaged in representing their neighborhoods and are honest and transparent. And Michael Mitzier did talk about Canada Post being a problem in this picture. So that's something we can't control. So if that's the case, we need to do a workaround to make sure that we honor engagement. And so it's a federal level responsibility, Canada Post, but he did say in his remarks today that some notices are late. So I'm getting calls immediately when they receive their notifications, very concerned about the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak. Oh, hold on. Yeah, sorry. I skipped over your name, sorry. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to speak to this matter very quickly and just to clarify a few things. The motion that was tabled at Planning and Housing, is anyone else hearing an echo or is that just me? Okay, maybe I'll take my video down then, see if that helps. Is that a little bit clearer, a little bit better? Yes, okay, so I'll just continue, thank you. Sorry about that, folks. The motion that was moved and adopted at the Planning and Housing Committee was largely in response to the community concerns that we received by way of deputation, but also by way of communications from a range of residents and residents associations. And I just want to say that it's important for us to recognize that the title of this report was about providing an update on Committee of Adjustments virtual public hearings. The recommendations from staff based on that review and update was to receive the report. So Councillor Robinson is absolutely correct in her assessment that we could not just receive the report, especially when we're hearing so many concerns from resident groups, as well as residents themselves who had a very difficult and trying time in accessing and understanding the Committee of Adjustment. And I think that we can all recognize that even before the pandemic, the process was sometimes not as transparent and not as easy to comprehend as many would like. And compound that with the layer of technology, the spotty bandwidth, as you just experienced with me, trying to speak to you today, and a whole host of other things, including the fact that they were no longer in physical spaces together. And that experience then drove our committee to actually adopt the recommendation. Now, Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor, will be tabling a motion to clarify my motion, I believe, and I can certainly accept the points of clarification because perhaps it was not clear to members of council what we were trying to do. We're not trying to upend and recreate an entire process because those things are legislated and locked in. That's not what we're doing today. What we wanted to do is make sure that we actually can put the user experience, the client experience, the resident experience at the center of our virtual public meetings. So therefore we can improve it for them and improve the process overall. And I think it's quite important for us to also recognize is that residents who wish to participate in a Committee of Adjustments are oftentimes confused on how to participate. So what we need to do is demystify the process, make it really clear for them, and so they can therefore come to the committee and participate in the democratic planning process. It does not mean that everybody will be happy with the outcome. And I don't think that there's a single member at the Planning and Housing Committee that is trying to determine, the outcomes and the judgments coming from the committee. But we are very concerned, I think all of us, about the process. And so everything that has come from the Planning and Housing Committee, everything that Councillor Robinson and Councillor Bailao are trying to do is to ensure that the process works for our residents. And I hope that you can support those motions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. So that we delete the words independent public, so that City Council now direct the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning, and Chief Building Official to conduct a review and report back in the fourth quarter, including the establishment of an advisory committee and public engagement to include the following, et cetera, et cetera. So Firstly, what I would say is I think I was one of the instigators of this process to clear the backlog from the Committee of Adjustment. And I think that Mr. Mizzi has done a good job in the circumstances. I mean, it's been very difficult within the environment, but he has cleared the backlog, and he and the planning department, and most especially the Committee of Adjustment members, should get credit for that, because the building industry is a really important industry in the city, and what they do really helps the industry move along. I will say in this process that I have learned that the Committee of Adjustment members are quite burned out. They've actually, and whether this is fair or not, they've taken these recommendations rather personally and think it's a criticism on them, which I think is quite frankly regrettable. I think at this time that the most appropriate thing in terms of this review, if we decide to go with a review, is have it done by staff. We heard from Mr. Mizzi that there already is a previous report that forms the basis of this. And quite frankly, I think Mr. Mizzi, who I would guess would have, material role in this, is an appropriate person. He knows all the details and the ins and the outs. I don't know that we need to spend the time and the money to train up an independent reviewer. With regard to the Committee of Adjustment in general, and I think a lot of this has come about because people are angry with the Committee of Adjustment, and different wards have different sort of realities and circumstances. I think a lot of people who come to the Committee of Adjustment, yes, are frustrated. They don't know the process. I think the role of a councillor, at least the way I see my role, is to manage their expectations. And a lot of times, we shouldn't just say go to the Committee of Adjustment and object to it and say, you're really right. That is horrible. When we know that based on previous decisions, that the chances of of particular applications getting through are pretty high. We're just going to, we're increasing their expectations just for their own disappointment. And a lot of these Committee of Adjustment applications are carefully thought out. The variances are very minor. People are going to be unhappy because they just don't want anything. In my ward, you see a lot of two-story single-family homes being turned into two-story family homes on very large lots. And the neighbors are upset because they've never seen two stories on the street when the rules allow for them. And in that circumstance, instead of, say, go to the Committee of Adjustment and fight this, we should be educating them and say, the lot size and the variances allow for that. And I think if we actually manage expectations, that's one of our roles, that we wouldn't be making people as angry as they are when they don't get the result that they want and think they've been, hard done by. So I think there's a lot of work on our part as well. But I think right now, quite properly, the reasonable thing to do is have a review done by our staff, see what they have to say, look at the education that's taking place, look at the legislation in terms of alternatives. We don't need to go for an independent review at this point in time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We do have a question for you by Councillor Robinson. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you very much. So you've heard today, Councillor Minnan-Wong, there's a lot of issues and concerns from local residents associations and residents. So do you not think by pulling out the independent piece that you're, impacting the transparency? You saw that the committee actually received a report that said, received a report. There was no action taken. That's an indication staff don't think there's any action required. And so that's why a third-party independent review, do you not think it's important to increase transparency in the process?
I think that the recommendation, it's open to interpretation is when I ask staff, but the report that staff was asked to provide related to the Committee of Adjustment decisions within the context of having these WebEx meetings and how it was going, the virtual meetings. And the motion that was presented isn't, in my view, related to that. It is looking at the entire Committee of Adjustment. And they weren't asked to do that, quite frankly. And we've already spilled some ink on that. So I think it's not entirely fair to say that they're not being transparent when they weren't asked to report on the entire committee of adjustment. They were just asked to report on what's going on with the virtual meetings. It's unfair to judge them on something that they weren't asked to report on, you see? And number one. And number two, I don't, the Committee of Adjustment itself is a quasi-judicial body. They make decisions on their own. They are independent. And planning staff, they write their own reports. So they're two different groups. And so I don't see any, conflict that they might have. I think the thing that they share with us is that they would like to see a system that works as well. I mean, just the idea of looking at alternatives to the Committee of Adjustment, I think from the answer that we got from staff, is it's legislatively laid out for us. So the idea, this is again, creating expectations that we can come up with something else within the legislative regime, which staff has said, there is a rules to be followed, and forum and the Committee of Adjustment itself is legislatively structured. And so to do that is, I think, trying to create an expectation that we may not be able to meet.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I guess in following this and looking at this over the years, I think by and large the Committee of Adjustment does a good job. But I'm becoming increasingly worried about our role and our role, city councilors' roles as community advocates. Councilman Wong just suggested, well, you know what, it's a quasi-judicial tribunal, so it makes these decisions. But that's the point of the committee. Point of the committee is to be able to sit there and hold a hearing and hear all points of view. Hear everyone. No matter what those views are. And then in the middle of all that information, try to make a decision. We, City Council, is a quasi-judicial tribunal. We pass bylaws. We hold hearings. We make decisions all the time. Do we limit the people that can come before us and appear before us? Then someone will say, well, you know what, you're not appointed. You're right, but we are in a way. We're appointed by our own individual constituents. And when our constituents, our individual constituents, come and appear before us at council, do they influence us? In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. In some cases, you find that middle ground. But limiting our abilities to be advocates on behalf of our neighborhoods and our communities, I think does us in our neighborhoods and the people that entrust us with these responsibilities a grave injustice. The Committee of Adjustment, when developers appear before the Committee of Adjustment and ask for a particular thing, they go there with all of the, with their lawyers and their support professionals, whether, transportation people, urban design, you name it, architects and so on. When neighborhood people go and appear before the Committee of Adjustment, who do they go with? They'll go with their views. And some would suggest, well, you know what, don't have them go there because maybe the expectation is that, you're just setting them up or they're just setting themselves up, for redundancy. I disagree with that. I remember Councillor Fillion, and I mentioned him earlier. I haven't been to Committee of Adjustment in years. I don't think I've ever been to Committee of Adjustment as a City of Toronto councillor. Never felt the need to go. But if I felt strongly about a community issue where I thought as a community member, as an advocate for that community, to appear before the committee, I think I would go. Is Councillor Fillion reshaped his district because of his appearances before the Committee of Adjustment? No, I think he's by and large made them better, made his neighborhoods better by that advocacy. And that's what he was elected to do, to go there and try to shape and make his community better. What's wrong with that? Did he get his way each and every day? Probably not. He's probably really upset about that. Maybe he can speak to it better than I can. But you would think that over time, he, certainly developed the expertise and the ability to go there with realistic expectations about what the committee could or could not do. And I don't believe that there's anything fundamentally wrong with that. I'm hoping that we have a clear review of that at some point, because I think
10 seconds.
And one other thing I wanted to say in my last 10 seconds, Madam Speaker, is this: that planning, if for example, as Councillor, I'll speak to this another
Okay,
day.
thank you.
I do have a couple of other things to,
thank you.
to say.
I want to remind members of council what we have before us. It's a report. We've gone off track on this whole issue, Councillor Proulx. So what we have is an update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public meetings. We're not talking about councillors going to Committee of Adjustment hearings. That's a different debate. Please keep on the topic. That's all we have before us.
Thank you for the wise advice.
Well,
Speaker.
Councillor Proulx, I was trying to tell you that we're not talking.
I know the report that's
Okay,
in front of us.
well, let's
Speaker.
talk on the report only, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by thanking staff and thanking the members of the committee. About a year ago, we were scrambling to ensure that we could.
Councillor, do you have a motion, Councillor?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I do have a motion, and I will speak to it in just a second after I thank the staff and the members of the committee. Because as I was saying, about a year ago, we were working to ensure that we were able to find a way to continue to have community participation and to continue to have the Committee of Adjustment in effect. And there's two sides that are really important for this. I mean, it is important that we have community participation. And I actually asked staff for some numbers, and over 10,000 members of the public have participated in Committee of Adjustment hearings over the last year.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Councillor Carroll. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is our rule that you have to read your motion first, and it does sound like my good colleague is going into her speech.
Well, she did present her motion, Councillor Carroll, and she spoke on it. Councillor Bylaw, can you please continue?
Are we considering it read? Is that how we're doing this?
Yeah, well, normally if it's a long motion, we just give a summary of the motion. We don't read every line in the motion.
Okay. I'll consider what you just said to me your ruling. Thank you.
I think we've been doing that. Councillor Bylaw, can you continue, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll continue. So as I was saying, I think that staff worked really hard to ensure that the communities could still actively participate in these community hearings. We had over 10,000 residents that participated and spoke on the committee hearings, and hundreds of applications. And yes, some are, very concerning and people get upset, but let's not forget that it was imperative for us to create the opportunity to continue to have the Committee of Adjustment hearings. These are some of our small business that sometimes need renovations and need to come through. These are some of the new homeowners that need a home renovations. These are someone that wants to put an extra rental unit in there. So let's not only think that all committee of adjustments are developers coming in. There's a lot of these residents as well that call my office and saying, oh my God, I just bought a house, I need to do some renovations, and now I have to wait 3-4 months for a committee of adjustment application, and I'm paying my mortgage. So we have to balance these things. And I think this is what staff have been trying to do, is to engage the communities. And they put together this virtual committee of adjustments. At committee, I have to be honest, we had great deputations from residents with great recommendations. A lot of good things for us to fine tune this process that staff are taking in considerations, and continue to improve the system, at least for the foreseeable future, where we can't go back to meet in person. So I want to thank the ones that came to make deputations. And one thing that was clear, as Councillor Deselman Wong said, it was that there were some issues that we are tapping into it that go beyond these virtual meetings. It was issues that, with the whole process. And so in my motion, as Councillor Wong Tam spoke to it, most of it, I don't have much to say because I think she put it quite clearly. We just want to make sure that we continue to listen to communities and improve on the process. It is important that we continue to improve on this process, that we listen to what the residents are saying, that we work with them. This report was more about the virtual meetings, but there was clearly some suggestions and issues that the committee wanted to make sure, without any offense to anybody, to the committee members that are working hard, to our staff that is working very hard, but continue to work with our communities to continually improve the process of the Committee of Adjustment. So that's my motion, Madam Speaker, and those are my remarks.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Robinson, clarification of the motion.
Yes, I'm very concerned about this motion. It's not what was moved at Planning and Housing Committee, which the committee supported. This is also about McMansions and trees and green space being eaten up. So I want to ask you, you've taken out, in your motion, investigate and address resident concerns with the current process. That was in the motion that was moved. Also, I really like the independent review because I think it would be transparent and fair and open and accountable. And we've done an end-to-end review. That happened years ago. Very little came out of it. So I'm concerned that you're watering down and softening this motion quite dramatically. And I don't think that reflects what the residents spoke on. So could you address that? Why you've taken out? Why have you taken out investigate and address residents' concerns with the current process? And why are you not supporting a full independent review?
So as the motion says, that we hire a consultant that has been working on the end-to-end review. I think this would actually speed up this process for the review. And it does say that such a review include the challenges conducting virtual meetings, the best practices, potential technological improvements, recommendations respecting the establishment of the advisory committee. I think it's quite extensive on what we heard at committee. The concerns that the committee had, I think, are covered by reviewing these aspects. Both public engagement, the establishment of an advisory committee, and all the issues with the current process. It says, including an overview of current processes. So I think that we will get to the same thing. We will get to it quicker with a consultant doing this review, and I think it has the same intent. And as you heard, Councillor Wong Tam, she actually spoke in support. She was the councillor that moved the motion, and when she spoke, she actually spoke in support of the motion because I had shared this motion with her as well.
But why are you modifying and watering down this motion so dramatically from what was approved in the presence of the residents and taking out the piece? You're saying you're listening to residents, but you've taken out investigate and address residents' concerns with the current process and the independent review, which again would be transparent and open and accessible and accountable. I don't understand why you would do that when we're trying to make sure that residents' voices are being heard.
Councillor, I don't feel like I'm watering down the motion. I feel like this would expedite the work that needs to be done in order to address the concerns that were brought in front of committee.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, question on the motion, 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. And Councillor Thank you for tabling the motion. Is your motion largely in response to some of the questions that came from perhaps the deputy mayor, who seemed to be confused that we were going to be reevaluating the entire CFA process? Is that what you're trying to do? Is clarify what the intention of the committee was?
Absolutely, Councillor. Absolutely. I think that there were some questions in here about what the committee was trying to do. I think when you spoke, you were very clear. At committee, we were trying to address the issues that were put in front of us by several deputies, and I think that these modifications address both the deputy mayor's concerns and continue to honor our commitment to the residents that we've made at committee.
And recognizing that Councillor Robinson has been, I think, a very vocal champion on improving the process, is it your opinion that the retaining of a third-party consultant to help us with to reestablish and to take another look at the end-to-end review, is it your intention to give the consultants some independent sort of leverage and sort of going in to really dig deeper? Because you're not directing this to staff, you're saying, go get a consultant to give us a hand. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councillor. So that we don't have staff doing this work. We actually have an independent consultant producing this work for staff.
Thank you. And just my final question is, obviously, and I share this concern with Councillor Robinson. I think we all do. We want to make sure that the residents who should be at the center of these discussions, who are mostly confused sometimes by the process, or perhaps the process does not run as smoothly as they anticipate. By the establishment of an advisory committee, are you suggesting that residents and the resident associations be a part of the review process overall to refine and update the public hearings? Is that your recommendation, and is that what the intention is?
Yes, I mean, if we truly want to respond to what we're hearing, I think we need to involve and listen carefully and do the work in a collaborative way with some of these residents associations and residents groups that are experiencing some of these difficulties and obstacles with the committee with participation in the committee of adjustment. So I think that's the intent of having an advisory group, is to help us make those assessments and take their recommendations on how to improve it.
Actually, I said that was my last question, but I do have one more, and I apologize.
Okay,
in the original recommendation,
this is your last question.
I'm trying to get to it. Thank you. In the original recommendation coming from the committee, there was a report back date, but your motion no longer has a report back date. Can you reinsert that and consider that as a friendly amendment? The report back being fourth quarter of 2021.
Yes, Councillor, we'll acknowledge, we'll do something like that for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam said that I was confused about the motion. I was not confused about the motion. I read it quite clearly and asked staff, and they were unclear about it. I was not confused at all. It was the drafting of the motion that was not clear. So I was not confused. I'd ask that she withdraw that, please.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
I will withdraw that comment, Madam Speaker. I guess I didn't understand what Councillor Minnan Wong was trying to say. Perhaps I was confused by his comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, question.
Yes, it's just a quick clarification question, Madam Speaker. Now that we're into amending, I was not concerned by not seeing the date there, because I thought that in moving to an end-to-end review, that you would want to leave it to staff to figure out what body of committee agendas they wanted to use for that end-to-end review, and that they would report back to us in a timely fashion so that these things could be implemented in time to be used in the next term of office. But if we're being prescriptive, then you're asking them to end their end-to-end review as of about November's Committee of Adjustment agendas. Is that your intention, or do you want to rethink the date and leave the date to staff?
Councillor, I have to be honest with you. I was about to message staff, because I don't want to just put an arbitrary date. I was going to have that conversation with them before putting a date to respond to Councillor Wong-Tam's. So I wouldn't do that just on my own. I think we need to talk to staff and have that in consideration.
Okay, that clarifies for me. So then I just need to read what motion appears on the screen as we get to a vote in a few minutes' time. I'll assume that it was consulted with staff. Okay, thank you. Thanks, that's clarification, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to echo many of the comments made by Councillor Baruza, but in light of your comments, I will use my time slot to call the question.
Thank you. Question has been called.
Madam Speaker, I just need 2 seconds to amend my motion.
Yeah, but let's just vote on calling the question. On favor?
I'd like to speak to it.
Well, then
Recorded
vote
on
against the motion. Okay.
Yeah, no debate on calling the question.
Okay, let's vote on calling the question. Let's have a recorded vote then. Because we're almost lunchtime. Okay.
Madam Speaker, the motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 9 in favor, 14 against.
Okay, then we'll have to, we'll do quick items, and we have a motion, and this item will be held down either later today or if we come back tomorrow.
Well, I tried.
Yeah. Yes, let's add that member's motion on, and then we'll do quick releases. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion you'd like to add?
Yes, Speaker, I do. Thank you. I do, Speaker. Yes, I have a motion. It's got to do again with Cafe TO one more time. And it has to do with some of the zoning issues to solve it. So I'd like to move that, please.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, quick items, Councillor Fletcher. Oh, Councillor Fillion?
Can you show the item?
No, it's okay. That was the list from earlier. Does anybody have any quick items before we recess? Councillor Cressy.
I do, Speaker. Item CC 32.12, 655 to 663 Queen Street West. Request for direction. I have an amendment, and with that, if I can place that, and with the amendment, I can release the item.
Okay, the amendment's on the screen. That's on CC 32.12. All in favor of the amendment, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Are there any further releases?
Madam Speaker, I don't have, this is Councillor Wong Tam, I don't have a quick release, but I do recognize that there was an event that was organized online for us to stay on the screen just to record a quick greeting from Pride Toronto. I believe city staff is quarterbacking this, is that correct?
Yeah, Councillor Wong Tam, the city staff did comment on it before we started our meeting this morning.
Okay, great, so thank you.
All right, any quick releases? Okay, we'll recess to 2 o'clock and I'll pass it on to staff now. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council is debating item PH 22.7 on an update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings. We will return to that item later in the meeting. Before we do the member motion run-through, are there any further release of holds? Please put your name on the list. Are there any release of holds? Okay.
Madam Speaker, sorry. It's Councillor Wong Tam. I couldn't get my name on the screen. Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On CC 32.16, 265, 263 Queen Street East, 90 Ontario Street, and 384 and 410 Richmond Street East, request for directions. I'd like to move the staff reports and all the confidential attachments.
Okay, thank you. That's on CC 32.16. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Are there any further releases? Okay. Okay, we'll start with the member's motion, MM 32.1. It's on the screen. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto Local Appeal Body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor?
Recorded,
Carried.
please. Recorded, please.
Recorded. Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor McKelvey, if we could have your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries 22-1.
Thank you. Note, MM 32.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. MM 32.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, MM 32.4. Oh, on the item, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. MM 32.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor. Opposed, if any, carried. MM 32.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
Speaker, it's
Yeah.
Josh here. I'd like to hold it, please.
Like to hold it?
Yes.
Yes, that is to go with the Toronto and East York item as well. MM 32.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order.
Point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. On our next item, MM 32.9, likewise 32.15, I'm wondering if I could get a ruling before we vote on waiving referral. The item is to be referred to government management. The motion, however, really has two concerns. It requires funding that can only come through SDF&A, who report to Economic and Community Development, before we could proceed with any of the real estate matters such as below market rent. So may I get a ruling on it going to what is the most important step first, which is the funding, and that would be at Economic and Community Development with SDF&A?
Just one moment, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
I've been advised by staff that they believe that it's being directed to the right committee, and if necessary, it could go to other staff as well.
So, Madam Speaker, could I ask for your ruling on if we vote on referring it to government management and they begin work on below market rent, but they have no funds, they're asking for financial support. I'm I'm grateful for staff's opinion, but could I have your ruling on whether or not staff should be, council, I should say, should be referring it to where funding could be discussed with the appropriate staff before proceeding to real estate? Will I be, if I waive referral, will I be losing the ability to address the funding piece?
Speaker on a point of order.
One point of order at a time, please.
Thank you.
So you'll skip over it. Work with staff to
Okay.
confirm, and we'll get some
So,
feedback later.
Councillor Carroll, I think what we'll do
Yes.
is we'll skip over the two, and then we'll get back to it, okay?
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the other point of
Speaker on a
order.
point of order.
The other point of order
Councillor
was
Perks.
Councillor Perks.
Yes. While you're doing that review, could I get an answer to the very precise question of if we waive referral to government management, is council within its rights to later move a motion to refer it to economic and community development?
Okay. So we'll get
Just
that.
when you come back, if
Yes.
you could consider that question.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to MM 32.10. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands.
Vote, please. Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Yes, on the referral.
Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral is carried 19-6.
On the item, on favor,
Recorded vote, please.
recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries 23-3.
Thank you. MM 3211. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 32.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands. Carried. MM 32.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item PH 16.4. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening the item? Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor?
Hold. Oh, I can hold this, Madam Speaker. There's an amendment, actually.
Okay, just one sec. Councillor Bylaw, you want to hold the item?
Or if staff is ready, we can put the amendment and just vote on it.
Do we have the amendment ready? Okay, so let's put the amendment on the screen. Okay, the amendment is on the screen. Okay. On the amendment, all in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item as amended, all in favor, carried. Thank you. MM 32.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. So we'll skip number 15. MM 32.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.18. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I thought Councillor McKelvey had a friendly amendment to this item. I'm not sure if she's here.
Well, I didn't hear anything.
I submitted it to the clerk. Sorry, it didn't get flagged. It was just changing the date to September. Apologies. I thought when she said it was a friendly amendment, they were going to automatically put it in for the vote as opposed to me moving it.
Has it been amended?
There we go.
Okay.
Great. I'll move that.
Okay, there's the amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. MM 3220, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral.
Recorded, please.
Pardon?
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote on waiving referral? Okay, recorded
On the
vote.
motion.
Okay, but we haven't
On
waived
both.
referral. Do you want a recorded vote on referral?
Yes, and the main motion.
Okay, recorded vote on the referral.
Members, may I remind you to please turn on your video if you are voting. Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries, 25 in favor.
On the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, if we could have your vote, please.
Sorry about that. I couldn't get it to go.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries, 25 in favor.
MM 32.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3222. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3224. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral?
Recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote on waiving referral.
Councillor Holliday, if you're connected to the meeting, could you please give us an audio check?
Councillor Stephen Holliday, I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor. Your video was not on.
My key shows that it is.
Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries 19-7.
On the item, on favor?
Recorded vote on the item. Recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote on the item.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries 22-4.
MM
Madam
3220.
Speaker, on a point of personal privilege.
Councillor Holliday?
My apologies for interrupting you. There's a bit of a video lag, I guess, and if I could just have an audio and video check, I just want to assure you I'm in my chair. And I recognize, even though my screen may say that the video is on, you may not be getting it.
Okay. MM 3225. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Show of hands. Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? All in favor? Carried. On the item? On favor? Carried. MM 3226. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Show of hands, carried. All in favor of waiving referral? All in favor, carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3227. Notice that this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Show of hands. Carried. All in favor of waiving referral?
Could I hold that, Madam Chair? Could I hold that, please? Councillor Robinson speak.
But we have to wait till we waive referral first. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried.
Oh, we did, sorry.
Would like to hold the item down?
Please.
MM 3228. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving notice? All in favor, carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 3229. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.30. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 32.31. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3232. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3233. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3234. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 3235. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 3236. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda as before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM3237. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, members, I propose that council take a 5-minute recess. And when council returns, I will ask for motion to extend the meeting to complete the agenda today. And I propose that we deal with the question of extending the meeting early instead of waiting until 6 p.m. so that members and staff can be prepared.
Can you hear me now?
We'll recess for
Hear me
5
now?
minutes.
That's weird. It went on mute for some reason. I didn't like what I had to say, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, probably not.
I think that's a member, but yes, there you go.
Hi, center table, it's Stephen Holiday.
Okay, thank you, members of council. Before I go back on the ruling of the two motions, MM 32.9 and 3215, I'd like to ask members of council, as I indicated before the recess, if we're going to extend the meeting, I need to have the motion now so we can have the appropriate staff present. Hopefully, we'll finish by 6 o'clock. So do I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, the motion is on the screen.
Speaker, that City Council extend the meeting beyond the scheduled 6 p.m. end time in order to complete the agenda. I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that as well, please, Speaker.
Okay, hopefully it will be before 6. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, if we could have your vote, please.
I'm sorry, I was distracted with some technical problems. What are we voting on?
On the motion to extend the meeting.
Yes.
Councillor Grimes, I see that you've not connected to the system. Could we have your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, the motion to extend the meeting past the scheduled 6 o'clock time, it carries 21-3.
Thank you. Before we go to the timed item, just going to do a ruling on the two motions. Members motion 32.9 and members motion 3215 for review of whether the correct committee has been identified for referral. I have consulted with staff, and upon further review, I'm ruling that the correct committee to which council should waive referral is the Economic and Community Development Committee, as these motions are primarily about providing support to these organizations. Councillor Perks' earlier point of order has now been addressed. So on MM 32.9, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral?
Vote, please, Speaker.
Vote, please, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, if you're connected to the meeting, could you please turn your camera on? Councillor Pasternak, if you're connected to the meeting, could you please give us an audio check? Councillor Pasternak, if you are connected to the meeting, could you please give us an audio check?
Uh, uh, Speaker, I voted on this, but I wanted to change my vote and it's not giving me the green button to change my vote. Is there a way to do that?
Members, we have ended the vote. If you'll just bear with us one moment, please, while we report the results.
Sure.
Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 10 to 14.
Okay, thank you. On I guess. Okay, MM 3215. A vote to
Recorded
waive.
vote, please.
A vote to waive referral. Recorded votes being requested.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, if we could have your vote, please. Councillor Perks, if you are connected to the meeting, could we have your vote, please?
Madam Speaker?
Yes?
Madam Speaker, I just received a message from Councillor Perks that he's somehow been dumped out of the clerk's portal and is trying to get back in. We could just wait for his vote to be captured.
Okay, the clerk will follow.
Madam Speaker, the vote to waive referral does not carry.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I am worried that Councillor Perks didn't have an opportunity to vote, and I know that he's proud of his voting record. I don't know if there's a way to retake the vote or offer him that opportunity.
Councillor Perks, are you there? Councillor Perks?
I believe he's still trying to get back into the portal, Madam Chair.
Okay, he's not connected. Okay. Okay.
Members of Council, the motion to waive referral loses 9 to 16.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. We'll go to the timed item, PH 22.1, Christie's planning study. Councillor Bailao, you held it down on behalf of Councillor Grimes. Councillor Grimes, do you have questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to start off by thanking Deputy Mayor Bailao for taking care of this and timing it for me today. Really appreciate it, Councillor Bailao. I have questions of staff, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Grimes, question to staff.
So transportation, I moved a motion to TMP referenced in the report, the Transportation Master Plan. I moved a motion when we were doing the settlement on the Christie site with First Capital, knowing a big application was following. So I moved a motion to start this Transportation Master Plan, which was put on hold, correct?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct, Councillor. We had put the study, the Transportation Master Plan, on hold so that it could be done in coordination with the Christie's site planning.
Right. Right. So now here we are with trying to approve the secondary plan today, but now the Transportation Master Plan is behind. We're not going to see this till probably July. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, we've been working very closely in coordination with city planning. The Transportation Master Plan is about an area that's larger than the Christie's site, as you know. So we want to make sure that we have clear council direction about the Christie's planning study. And we will be following up very soon this summer to go to full public consultation on the remainder of the Transportation Master Plan recommendations.
Yeah, but part of the Transportation Master Plan was to come up with some solutions to help with the infrastructure for this area and for this development, correct?
Yes, that's right, Councillor. We've been working in close coordination to ensure that the transportation planning for the site is in concert with the upcoming master plan recommendations.
Great. So to Mr. Lintern, my good friend, Mr. Lintern, so I'm being asked to approve the secondary plan here today with no solutions for this area, which I know you know very well, and I have a motion coming to that effect, but it's kind of hard for me as a local council to approve the secondary plan the way it's written today without having solutions as the community's screaming for infrastructure.
Through the speaker, Chief Councillor Grimes, we do know through the work that we've done in coordination with transportation services that the Street A, which is part of the Christie's plan, and the GO station, which is conditioned up front in the proposal, are key ingredients in addressing the immediate transportation impacts of this development. I think coordinating further with the other solutions that come through the TMP through the next matter of months, as Jacqueline has indicated, will help. But the key ingredients here are Street A and the GO station for the commencement of the Christie's site.
Okay, and so the Legion Road extension, Greg, I know you were director out there for many years, but as it started building out Humber Bay Shores, Marina Del Rey, Grand Harbor, were all predicated on the Legion Road extension punching through onto the railway track. The new building on the north side of the track, city planning put the developer to the ringer because the plan for that road was asked to be put on hold because of the storm retention pond from Toronto Water, which I heard 2 days ago is now not going forward. What is the status of the Legion Road extension?
I'll have transportation answer that.
Through the speaker, Councillor, the environmental assessment for the Legion Road extension is approved by Council. We are working on the 30% design in partnership with Toronto Water and Engineering and Construction Services. We're also coordinating closely with Metrolinx around the design details. As part of the Transportation Master Plan for the Park-Lawn Lakeshore area, we are also assessing the transportation benefits and impacts of that connection in the context of the overall transportation improvements required to support development in this area.
We also know, Councillor, we also know that through the different phases of the Christie's development, there are holds. So as we go step by step, we will be advancing and reporting on all the infrastructure solutions required for each requisite phase of development.
Yeah, so I think this was decided before that this would be a good move to put this through. This is prior to all the development happening up beyond the sea, all that development that we lost at the board, those three developers, all going up Park Lawn, and before Christie's came about, that this would be a good relief north-south road to take some pressure off Roy York Road and off Park Lawn. Is that correct?
Transportation can comment. It's a good local connector. It's the key ingredient for Christie's, as I indicated, is Street A and the GO station for the first phases. So I don't know if transportation wants to comment further.
Councillor, through the speaker, I would comment that certainly the environmental assessment that was approved earlier is reflected in the official plan, but the developments weren't predicated on that road happening at a particular moment in time.
Okay. You know, we hear about power outages down all the time. I know the answer, but I ask it publicly. How do we know we have enough infrastructure? The growth for hydro, sewers, Humber treatment plants, etc. Do we have the infrastructure to take these 15 towers, these 7,500 units? We can handle that in this small area?
Okay, this is your last question.
Through the speaker, certainly we've been in connection with Hydro on the development overall. The development review process, through the development review process, all of the phases will be circulated to Hydro. The developer certainly is responsible for any necessary upgrades to the infrastructure, and we know that we have the holds on each phase. So it will be paced out, and to date, in our discussions with Toronto Hydro, they have not indicated any concern with the capacity in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A whole bunch more questions, but that's all I've got. So,
thank you. Is there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Grimes, you want to speak?
yes, Madam Speaker, I have a couple motions. I'd like to. I asked them to be circulated earlier. I don't know if they got circulated, but one's with regards to the $5.5 million earmarked for the Mimico Library. I cut that down to $2 million and $3.5 million towards infrastructure and parks in the Park Lawn Lakeshore area. And the other one is with regards to, there's that one. And the other one is with regards to not signing the bills and coming back to committee before we sign the bills. So what we have here is a secondary plan. I think members of council have heard me scream loud and clear for the last 10 years, so the council has been here for a while, that no infrastructure has been put into this area under City Manager Joe Penichetti, Peter Wallace, Chris Murray. You've all heard them get up and say that we have not kept up with the infrastructure in the area. I remember taking the GO station to the council floor here to make that a priority for this area. And it was a battle on the council floor, but we got that through, which if that hadn't gone through, and this GO station is a huge win, but it's not all the answers. Street A that you heard Mr. Linton talk about going through the site, that is not going to provide relief to this small area. This small area is like taking the city of Cornwall, which is 62 kilometers in square kilometers, and putting that in this area in a 1 square kilometer, right down 45,000 people, and that number's going to go north. There's still buildings that haven't been built out there yet, and there's been no infrastructure. The GO station's a big win. The TTC coming through the site, that's a win. But that Street A is not going to take the relief off that the Legion Road will. People in the south end of Mimico will take the Legion Road to get up to the Queensway. It'll take relief off Park Lawn Road. It'll take relief off Roy York Road, where we have a huge development at the Mimico GO station. And the only connections to go north and south are Roy York Road and Park Lawn. They are beyond capacity. We need to get this Legion Road through. I had John Libby put this in the budget years ago. It got the money was in for 2021. This was construction for 2022. Transportation took the money back out, but I'm really pushing forward to get that Legion Road extension. The people are screaming for infrastructure down there, and Councillor Bradford and all our waterfront councillors, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Cressy, everyone knows that people are flocking to the waterfront to these magnificent parks we have. 15 towers, 7,500 units. What's that? Another 15,000 people. All these pressures happening down there, and I think a lot of councillors know the area very well. I know Councillor Bradford bikes down there quite a bit, and I know the mayor knows it very well. He's been down there quite a bit, but they are screaming for infrastructure. We have to get the Legion Road extension put through. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And I said it's going to take a lot of pressure off Park Lawn, and it's going to take a lot of pressure off Roy York Road, but that's not end all be all. So with that, I just cannot approve the secondary plan. I've asked this motion that it'll come back to committee where we can see what this transportation master plan. I asked for this plan to come forward. It was put on hold to run concurrent with the secondary plan, which was fine. And it worked out perfectly. But now the transportation plan is behind the secondary plan. And I do want to thank Mr. Lintern, Kerry Van Vakis, and Sarah Phipps and Sabrina Salatino have been absolutely fantastic team. I want to thank Humber Bay Shores community. They've been absolutely fantastic, coming to the table for many meetings with the transportation master plan, still meetings to come, all the many meetings that were put on by the applicant and by city planning. They were fantastic, but this is the biggest application I've dealt with since I've been here. And it's important that we get the infrastructure. I know Chris Murray understands it. I know the mayor understands it. And I'm looking for your support on these two motions. With that, that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Carroll. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you already covered this in your speech because I was just finishing another matter up. But did the original library amount come from something in the library capital plan that they're expecting and we're now changing?
So we're getting a new, Carol, we're getting a new library in Humber Bay Shores, a brand new library. It's going to be built out. But then there was an idea that came from, I guess, from the library board to take $5.5 million and put it into the Mimico library, which is probably 1.5 kilometers, maybe a little bit further away.
Right.
But that, my community's not asking for 5.5 million to be taking out of that area and to build a new library. So I've cut that back to 2 million, and I've took $3.5 million back into Park Lawn Lakeshore.
Right.
When the TMP does come back, what can we use that for if we have to do something? Just north of the Mimico library, there's the Mimico GO station, which is probably 1/4 kilometer away. So there's an opportunity there. I'm prepared to work with the library. 10 years ago, we took Section 37 money from Humber Bay Shores. I did the bottom floor of the Mimico library, and it's a fabulous room. Planning uses all the time. So I'm prepared to work with the library, but the people in Humber Bay Shores are asking for money for infrastructure, and that's why I've done it that way.
Okay, that was a very full answer. I just didn't hear whether or not this was formerly a prescribed amount they were expecting in their capital plan.
I don't believe so. I think it was just an idea that when this all came in, the section 37, let's take
Oh.
5.5 million into the medical library.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, clarification of the motion.
Councillor Carroll asked the questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw to speak.
I don't have my name down, Madam Speaker.
Oh, because you held it. Okay, thank you. All right, so the last speaker.
Madam Speaker, I think the mayor wanted to speak to this.
I know,
Speaker.
just one sec, Councillor Grimes.
Okay.
So the mayor is the last speaker. Mayor Tory? Councillor Grimes, would you move the supplementary report as well?
Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay.
I'm here, Speaker, sorry.
Okay, Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, I really just wanted to say one thing on this, and that is that I've talked about sort of this precinct of the city since I contested the office of mayor in 2014. And I just want to make sure as we move this forward, and we're moving it forward in a thoughtful way, and we've got, I want to say that I support something I know Councillor Grimes believes in very strongly, as do I, which is that we absolutely, positively must, as we proceed forward, make sure that in this case, unlike the previous development that took place in this precinct, make sure that the infrastructure accompanies the development and doesn't lag it by 10 years. And, you know, it's interesting because even during my time here, and we've had some good cooperation from the province with respect to GO stations and the like, and we've had some other movements forward. But if you look at how much tangible, measurable progress has been made in addressing, in particular, transportation infrastructure problems, where you had huge numbers of buildings and units being built in what I find to be a very vibrant area of town. I love going to the park, and when you go there on a summer day, you know, it couldn't be more of a people place, and that's all positive effects. And people are living in what has been formed up as a new neighborhood, but it is drastically underserved by public transportation in particular. And there are changes I know that Councillor Grimes has been fighting for a long time, and there's been sort of incremental progress, but the problem is that incremental progress wasn't what was needed. What was needed was all of us collectively, including the city and including the province and possibly even including the federal government in some of these transit initiatives, moving faster to do more. And so in this case, I just hope that what we do is pace what goes on here and with other projects that are in this precinct, pace it according to what is going on with the infrastructure, rather than kind of hoping for the best, you know, and sort of saying, well, we'll just build all this a new accommodation for people, new housing for people, much as it's needed. And then we'll worry about the infrastructure later, because we did that 10 or 15 years ago, and we're paying a price for that today, and we just can't afford to do it again. And so I'm going to be supporting Councillor Grimes, who I know is very determined to make sure that we push some of these things forward. And some of them just get stuck in the usual kind of, kind of morass of nobody intending to really sort of delay it on purpose. It just doesn't happen, and it has to happen because the situation out there is already, with existing development, difficult and not acceptable, and it will only get worse if we allow this project, which I think is going to be a good project, but we allow this and other things to happen out there and not have the infrastructure at least accompany it. So those are the only comments I wanted to make on that, and I'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with Councillor Grimes and trying to make sure some of that happens ASAP. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll put the motions on the screen. Councillor Grimes, would you like a recorded vote?
Madam Speaker,
Yeah.
please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, first motion, it's on the screen by Councillor Grimes. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, may we have your vote, please? Madam Speaker, motion 1A carries. The vote is 26 in favor.
Okay, next motion. Okay, it's on the screen.
Madam Speaker, motion 1B carries unanimously. The vote is 26 in favor.
Item is amended.
Madam Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously. The vote is 26 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Our next timed item is CC 32.1, the Ombudsman 2020 Annual Report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes.
This is Susan. Okay, wonderful. I understand from Councillor Carroll, who held this item, that she is seeking a short presentation. Is that right, Councillor Carroll? Yes? Okay. It'll be very short. I'm just going to share my screen. Madam Chair, I just want to check that you're able to see my screen and that you can still hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members of Council, through you, Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to present the annual report for 2020 of my office, Ombudsman Toronto, which highlights the important work of my team last year. I know your time is at a premium, so I won't take much of your time. I don't have to tell you that the City of Toronto government plays a vital role in the lives of people in Toronto every day, but this has never been truer, I would say, than it was last year. To say that 2020 was an unpredictable and challenging year for our city is, of course, an understatement. And from the very start of the pandemic, people have had lots of questions. What's happening? How can they stay safe? What new rules and guidelines do they need to follow? What changes are there to city services? In the face of so much uncertainty, the need for fair and equitable city services that the public can rely on, and especially the need for clear and accurate and timely information, has never been greater. I want to commend the Toronto Public Service for the very hard work that they've done and continue to do under these difficult circumstances, and for the tireless lengths that they've gone to trying to provide fair service to the public during such challenging times. But I have to remind the city that fairness isn't a question of effort of the people doing the service. It's a question of impact on the people being served. And that's where the focus always has to be. I've observed that the pandemic has taught our city government many important lessons, but 4 which stand out for me are these. First, transparent, clear, and honest messaging that people can understand is critical. Public trust quite simply depends on this at any time and never more than during a crisis like the one that COVID-19 has created. During the pandemic, we've seen the public questioning the messages coming from all levels of government. And that's the first, I think, the most important lesson that I would say I have observed during this experience. The second important lesson I've observed the city learn is that there is huge value in working together across the organization, with other governments, and with people and communities throughout Toronto. We have seen different city divisions, departments, and organizations working together like never before. And the city has done amazing work with Toronto's communities. One great example of both of these things was the City Community Response Table, which the city set up early in the pandemic for the city and various community agencies who serve vulnerable people to share information and concerns. And that table met daily for several weeks and then weekly for several months. It involved several community agencies as well as staff from SDFA, Toronto Public Health, Shelter Support and Housing, Employment and Social Services, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, Toronto Public Library, among others, all working together in the public interest. It was really fantastic. The third lesson is that the city can make things happen more quickly than it ever thought possible. We saw many examples in the area of services for people experiencing homelessness. Also, the speed with which the city built new bike lanes across the city was amazing. And the fourth lesson, which actually may be the most important, certainly as important as the first, is that we won't have a truly healthy and prosperous city until we acknowledge and address the barriers that the most vulnerable and marginalized among us face. The social determinants of health are real, and the pandemic has starkly illustrated that. There are real inequities in Toronto which we must address to ensure that everyone in Toronto has the opportunity to flourish. So I really urge the city to take these lessons beyond the pandemic because each of them is essential and will be invaluable in helping the city serve people in Toronto more fairly. These are the sort of essential numbers that illustrate the work of my office in 2020. You'll note that the number of cases increased again last year. And it's also, I think, noteworthy that since I joined the office in 2016, the number of cases we handled has cumulatively increased by more than 57%. I also want to note that we continue our proactive consultations with city staff to improve systems and services to the public before the complaints arise, rather than only dealing with complaints and problems. I've already mentioned the need for clear, accurate, and timely communication and the fact that it's more than important than ever. However, as has been the case every single year since Ombudsman Toronto was created 11 or 12 years ago, poor communication was again the #1 fairness problem we found in 2020. I encourage all city staff to remember that good communication goes both ways. We think a lot about the conveying of information, and it is essential to convey information that's accurate, that's timely, and that's in a form that people can understand and use. But good communication also includes listening to people and seeking to understand their circumstances and their needs so that you can give them equitable service. I really believe that if all public servants working at the City of Toronto could improve the way they communicate with the public, remembering that it's not just about their effort, but about the impact on the people they're communicating with, the public's trust in and appreciation for their local government would improve dramatically. My team and I are proud to make the City of Toronto a fairer place for all people, and the report itself contains summaries of our public reports in 2020, as well as a sample of individual case stories. We also have a section in the report called Because of OT, OT being Ombudsman Toronto, which gives a few examples of concrete improvements to city services that were the direct result of our work. As you will see, several of them were directly linked to improving how people in Toronto experienced the pandemic. So there was a review of pandemic related communications by the city at our suggestion. Management of long-term care homes run by the city did an end-to-end process review of their COVID testing to make sure that there were no delays that could be eliminated. SSHA has dramatically improved how it reports, analyzes, and uses data related to services for people experiencing homelessness. Toronto Public Health, at our urging early in the pandemic, directed the public to the most current available provincial information about COVID outbreaks in Toronto long-term care homes, because the information that they were giving was out of date and not as accurate as the provincial information. The TTC is improving training for its special constables on how to serve people experiencing mental illness or distress, and also importantly on how to properly exercise their legal authority under the Mental Health Act. And TCHC is doing a complete process and communications review of how it handles overhoused households, which are households that have a unit that's too large for their needs. And also has agreed to cover moving costs for tenants who have to move to another unit because they are overhoused. I want to share this, the report has several testimonials in it. I want to share this one in particular from a member of the public, because while I'm really proud of the many ways my team and I made city services and administration better for the public last year, this is really what it's all about. Quote, "You make a difference because you allow people an opportunity to be heard. And you remind a big publicly funded institution that policy impacts real people and that they can do better. Sometimes they even listen." As you know, in closing, I will soon be retiring from my position as Ombudsman, although I have delayed my departure until mid-July to accommodate Council in appointing my successor. So I will be back before you a couple more times. But in presenting this report, I would be remiss if I didn't thank all the members of the public who brought their complaints and concerns to us in 2020, all the city staff who worked with us as we fulfilled our mandate, and they worked with us amid all the pressures that they were facing in their regular work, which we really appreciated. And of course, I want to thank the amazing members of the team at Ombudsman Toronto who give their all every single day and who, like so many others, have been working under very difficult circumstances during the pandemic. Finally, I'd like to thank the members of Council, you, for your support, trust, and confidence in me and my team. So with that, I'm going to conclude my presentation, and I, of course, welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Stop sharing my screen.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Okay, could I have a motion to receive the Ombudsman report?
Madam Speaker, I held the item. I was hoping to speak, but my screen is still showing the report and doesn't give an opportunity to request to speak.
Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I held the item because as our Ombudsman has just pointed out, this is her final annual report, even though there may be a couple of case reports to come. But because it is her annual report, I just wanted to highlight it. Having read it, I hope that the council members and staff members and the mayor, people who are involved in the appointment of our next ombudsman, will take close regard of this annual report and its actual tone, not just its contents, but its tone. It is under our current ombudsman, Susan Oppler, that this became not the office of an ombudsman of a particular name that everyone knows. They became Ombudsman Toronto, a team, a place where you go for fairness. It's not about one person and their take on things. It's about thoroughness, investigation, and a whole team taking part in that. It has also become a group that does outreach in exactly that way, to make sure that you understand this is a team and a service that is available to you, not a person, but a whole wraparound team. And that's the greatest benefit, to my mind. We had reports throughout Ms. Oppler's term that I think we can all agree have been really important to all of us. We learned things about fairness in dealing with things as mundane as utility and tax disputes to how we deal with senior clients facing eviction in our own housing corporation, how staff across all divisions deal with a resident who may still be a ratepayer but is struggling with dementia, which makes the customer service that much harder. And for me as a TTC commissioner, and for many of us, the Ombudsman's open letter to the TTC regarding special constable and transit enforcement officers changes, I think is really key, because the TTC did actually embark upon improvements. They actually did appoint Ruben Tomlinson to write a report on what we should do to better train our officers in anti-racism and equity. But the Ombudsman stepped up, as is her purview as an independent officer, to write an open letter to say the changes you are trying to make are taking an unacceptably long time. And that's something that came from an apolitical accountability officer, such as the Ombudsman, upon her investigation of what was happening with that report. That's really important for us to learn from our accountability officer, that it's not enough to just promise to do something and write a report, but then you have to do it. And if we're taking an unfairly long time doing it and actually affecting the change, we have someone who will say so on behalf of our residents. And I think it's all summed up by words in the Ombudsman Toronto annual report. They describe themselves in a way that I think is a statement we should be proud to make, in that we chose to even have an ombudsman is something we can be proud of. And their description of what they do, I think, is something we should be glad we offer our residents. It says in the report, "We are Toronto's bridge to fairness, the office of last resort for people who believe the city administration has treated them unfairly. We listen, we investigate, and we improve City of Toronto services." And that's the kind of statement that is without ego, but full of commitment, that I think really comes from the tenure of Susan Oppler in the Office of Ombudsman Toronto. And so I just want to close by thanking her very much for her service. And I think I speak for many. I know I speak for any resident in my ward who used her services. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, then just move receipt of the report for information.
Be happy to.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving to move receipt of the annual report for information. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. And thank you to the Ombudsman. We'll now go back and we'll give an opportunity for the staff to put the screen up. We're going to go back to PH 22.7, update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public meetings. I want to remind members of council, the item before us is only virtual public hearings. That's the only item before us. So if you want to speak on the item only, that's what the debate will be. Councillor Cole to speak. Councillor Cole? He's not here? Okay. Councillor Billion to speak?
Yes, really briefly, because I don't want to chase Councillor Peruzza down the rabbit hole, but he did mention my name several times, so I just want to make it clear to people that, yes, I used to be much more active with Committee of Adjustment. Since the Integrity Commissioner's report, I am more subdued. Do not rarely, if ever, attend the committee myself. Do send in submissions, which that is okay to point things out. But I do want to say that it is to kind of the substance of the report. It is an extremely uneven playing field, and so my office does spend half of one person's week going over files, assisting residents with what's relevant and what isn't relevant, if they have objections to make, including sometimes telling them that, you know, their objection is irrelevant, which doesn't always go over well, but we, you know, we try to shape, help them with their presentations. And then if there is an appeal, we will, you know, work with them on that. And I will personally coach people because I know legal and planning have difficulty in doing that. So, you know, I do think, again, it is very uneven. The residents are not even remotely on the same level as the applicants, especially in a ward like mine where you hardly ever get somebody coming in because they're renovating their house. It's almost always a home builder or land speculator who has the resources to hire professional staff to make their arguments. So I do think we need to assist residents a bit more than we currently are and try to even things up.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a brief motion, if I may ask clerks to put that up. There are a couple of parts to the motion, and they amend Deputy Mayor Bailau's motion by expanding a little bit of work. First is that we include the Ombudsman in the officials that are consulted with respect to any changes going forward. I think that the Ombudsman's office has expertise that could be helpful. I would also like to add to the scope to look at promoting good conduct by the applicant and general public participants. I use the words more scoping in recognition that there's already supporting materials and information that would help applicants and the general public prepare for an effective representation at the committee. And last is to look at the Committee of Adjustment procedures and processes based on tribunal best practices, and to look at supporting the panel members in how they achieve procedural fairness and natural justice. I want to open by saying that we should, as a council, recognize all of the good work done by staff, by the panel members, and by the participants in making it through a pandemic period and switching to an electronic process. It should not be lost on anyone the volume of work that has been achieved and the difficulties that have been overcome. And there should be some recognition that, you know, we are all humans in this process. Nothing is perfect, but it went pretty darn well. But I would be remiss if I didn't make the comment as a member of council that I have taken calls, like many of my colleagues in this meeting, of people that are very upset with how the process went. And there's various reasons for it. And I'm not going to pick or point out on any particular thing other than to say having a look would be healthy. But one very quick story stands out. I received a call from a member of the public who was not happy with the outcome, but she said, "Councillor, I am so embarrassed and upset with how it went at the committee that I would like the video struck from the official record. I don't want my family, I don't want my neighbors, I don't want my friends ever to find that on YouTube and look at the way that it went down at committee, because I'm ashamed." And I haven't forgot that. And her comments had to do with the rebuttal and response that was made by the applicant in terms of what she had to say. It had to do with the way various people addressed her, by name or not by name. It had to do with the opportunity that she had to speak, and she wasn't satisfied with that. And it stuck with me. And I realized that of all the things that I hear, I keep hearing issues of contempt or apathy towards the Committee of Adjustment. I don't know what the answer is to fix this. I don't know that there's an easy one, but I have to bring it up, and I have to ask for us to be continuously approving the process and to look at the different challenges that may have been posed through the electronic system, but not to forget the system at large. I think as a councillor, the best thing I can do is help people to prepare themselves to be really effective in front of the Committee of Adjustment and to focus their arguments. And that means that it becomes a better process for everybody. It becomes efficient, It means that the committee can do the work, the members can do the work. And if there's any way that we can help people do that, I know we've got stuff on the website, but maybe we can do a video. Maybe we could do a learning module that people could go through and not favor the applicants or the general public that speak, but give everybody a little bit of information to improve it. At the end of the day, I think all we can offer people is an opportunity to be heard. And if they walk away saying, I may not agree with the committee of adjustment, but at least the outcome was reached fairly. And my fear is there are people out there that don't feel that way. And that spreads like wildfire within the community. And that is a concern that needs to be addressed and worked on. So as I said, there's no magic answer in this. I just hope we keep at it. And it shows as a council that we are hearing these messages and are just trying to help the process along and support the panel members. That's the key. We need to support them so they can do their work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, if I could put it up on the screen. And it's a very simple one. The council requests Chief Planner, Executive Planning staff to investigate enhancing and expanding the outreach to residents in regards to matters that come before the committee, so you can better inform them how the committee works, advise residents how to best present, and also city direct that this outreach to residents be made very explicit in all signage and communication, the letters. So that's what I'm asking for. And this is an important part of what the city does. As mentioned before, over 10,000 people participate. It's really grassroots participation over meaningful issues that come up in every neighborhood. And it's critical that we have a fair and even-handed process where people may not be able to agree with the decision, but at least they feel that they knew the rules and they were treated with respect, given that probably the majority of people that go have never been before a tribunal before. And, they're faced with developers, their lawyers. Not in all cases. Some cases it's just another homeowner who wants to put on an addition or add something. So there's different levels of, you might say, applications that come before our committee of adjustments. And it is, as mentioned, it's a very difficult job being on the committee and listening to all these applications, which are sometimes very complex. And I know I have a very active ward, and I have one person full-time, my staff, that she is very experienced committee adjustment, is there on a regular basis, advising and basically explaining the process. But I think we, as the city, should have a helpline. We should have, the ability for someone to pick up a phone and call someone at the committee and explain to them on the phone what they can and cannot do. Because, right now we're tied to the, internet and the WebEx meetings and all this stuff. But, there's sure half the people of Toronto probably have no familiarity with getting on these WebEx calls, etc. So, but it's something that we can't do anything about because of the reality of the pandemic. So it is a frightening, sometimes intimidating, anxious time for normal residents. So I just want to ensure that as we go through these reviews, that we, even in the meantime, if we could just give people a telephone number, someone to call, and personalize this before they go to committee, so they get an idea of what to expect and to answer their basic legitimate questions. So that's why I put forth this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are lots of motions before us now. As is often the case, when we have to split an item to affect a meeting. We've had some of this conversation this morning, some this afternoon, but I'm still very, very mindful of the questions and answers portion of this debate that we had with staff. And that's why when I go to vote, I'm simply going to vote for Councillor Bailau's motion. With respect to all the rest of my colleagues, and there's one other speaker after me, Councillor Perks, if you're moving a motion, I'm not going to vote for yours either. I'm going to vote for Councillor Bailau's motion because it is deliberately general. And if staff are listening, and I know that they are because I just flipped through the tiles to make sure that they're all still here, if they're listening, the conversations we had and the things we said to move all of the little accessory motions gave them insight into what we're looking for in this general review, gave them insight into what we think and what our residents think need to change. And I feel certain that they're going to consider those, but I don't want to wrap them up in word by word by word of those motions. I want them to take the general direction they're getting from the chair of the committee to which they will report back, and then do a really good job of writing us that broad review. They are going to engage. That's a requirement of this motion. Both residents, the various members of staff that can inform their review, and they are going to look at the concept of an advisory committee. All those things have been preserved and can lead to a great result. I've got some bugaboos myself. 3-car garages keep popping up all over my ward where they're not supposed to be. Homes that are supposed to be 2 stories and have already been given broad permission to be kind of tall are now starting to look like 3 stories. These things bother me, and I wonder what's going on over there in that apolitical process that things like that get through. I want to know how we keep those things in check without political meddling. And I think those sorts of things will come back to us in the review. And so for staff, I want to keep it simple and I want to keep it generous, as Councillor Bailau's motion is, so that they're not cut off from reporting on things. In fact, they can look at the whole process, while all the while being mindful of the fact that it's pretty legislatively prescriptive. And that's what I like so much about Councillor Bailau's motion. It really does set expectations for both residents and councillors, but it gives a lot of freedom to staff to report on all of these matters. And so that's the singular add-on to this report that I'll be voting for, and I think that would be a wise move for any of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to support what Councillor Carroll just said. Listening to the debate today reminded me an awful lot of many debates that we have had at the Planning and Housing Committee over the years, particularly under the leadership of Councillor Bailau. City staff are aware of the issues that have been raised by all the different members of council, and because of that, we already have a review process in place. That's the sort of odd thing. Many of the questions that were raised today by members of council were things that the planning department is already in the process of reviewing and has made improvements on, and will continue to make improvements on. In fact, at the Planning and Housing Committee, we've established a process that we get an annual report from staff on how they are doing on implementing the kinds of changes you're asking for. Effectively, many of the motions that have come today would kludge up or cause that review process to take 2 steps back before they can take a step forward. Councillor Bailau's motion is very tailored to the processes already in place to try to make improvements with how the Committee of Adjustment serves the public. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing that I wanted to say is that there are 2 limiting factors we have to be aware of in terms of the way the public is supported in dealing with the Committee of Adjustment. And the first is money. If members of council feel that people need better training in how to conduct themselves in an unfortunately adversarial quasi-judicial process, that's a whole pile of money that we should be giving to the planning department to provide that service. If people feel that maybe we need to move from regular mail to registered mail, that's fine too. It will cost money. If people feel that we need to provide the kind of mediation services that are provided at the Toronto Local Appeal Body, that's fine, but that's money. So I hope to see all of you back at budget time talking about a very large increase to the amount of money that we give to the planning department to support the Committee of Adjustment in the way they communicate with and support the public. That's the first constraint. The second constraint, though, and I want to be real clear about this, is we are charged with establishing a neutral body for considering minor variance appeals following the principles of natural justice, which means that the obligations we have to provide good service to applicants are equally important in law to providing good service to people who oppose the application. That's a legal principle we can't get away from. This isn't similar to Toronto City Council making a decision about whether we have a bike lane or not. It's not similar to Toronto City Council making a decision about whether we invest more in public transit or in the Toronto Parking Authority. The decisions made there are not political decisions. They're quasi-judicial decisions that have to follow the principles of natural justice, which means we as the body that oversees them has to make sure that we're not gaming the system one way or the other. And that's a constraint. And that's a constraint that staff operate under. And it's a constraint we have to be mindful of when we are talking about this and when we are giving direction to staff. The one motion that captures all of the things we just talked about is Councillor Bailau's, and that's the one I'm going to vote for.
Thank you. We can put the motions on the screen. Okay, the motion is on the screen. Motion 4 by Councillor Holiday, amending Councillor Bylaws. All in favor?
Record it, please.
Recorded.
Madam Speaker, the motion to amend Councillor Bailau's motion carries. The vote is 14-8.
Next motion. Okay, so Councillor Bailau's motion as amended, on favor? Show of hands.
Recorded vote, madam. I want to vote. I would like a recorded vote.
Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, motion 3 as amended carries. The vote is 19-5.
Okay. Okay, so that means that motion 2 is redundant. Motion 1 by Councillor Robinson.
Recorded, please.
Can you put
Madam Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-8.
one is Councillor Cole's motion? Did we want a recorded vote? Did we want a recorded vote? I don't hear anybody. No? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, our next item is PH 22.8, recommended framework for the use of minister zoning orders in response to Bills 245 and 257. Councillor Holliday held the item down. I want to remind members of council if we can speed up the agenda so we can finish by 6 o'clock.
No questions, Madam Speaker. I just want to speak briefly.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My comments, I will be brief on them. I will not support the report. I know I've talked about minister zoning orders before in front of council. I looked at these reasons here. They're all laudable and positive things, but my understanding and interpretation of what this says is that council is saying is that sometimes it's okay to have a minister zoning order. In my mind, there's one time when we would like to see a minister zoning order, and that's when the council resolves that we want one. And in fact, the next report on the list is that. The report has come forward and has put before council the question as to whether or not we want to ask for one of the MZOs. And it lays out the reasons. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to vote on that. and to express my opinion on it. I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to debate it. I have some different views on the process to get a rezoning and a minor variance done. But that's not important. What is important is the suggestion on this list is that it's either the city council or the minister themselves to exercise their prerogative to implement an MZO. And if they do that, then the public can hold them accountable. And if council asks for it to be done, the public can hold council accountable. This seems to suggest that there's a middle when sometimes it's okay. And I'm uncomfortable with that because that really means that either side can point and say that it's okay with them and it's not okay with them. To me, there should be two distinct times. So those are my comments that I wish to make, and I just simply ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to keep my remarks very brief, but I do want the members today to take a look at the attachment 1, which is the letter from our chief planner specifically to the province with respect to providing them feedback on changes to the Planning Act, changes to how the province is now issuing MZOs. And I think that we can all agree that our chief planner is, of course, a very gentle man, a very committed man to good planning. But if you want to really see him in his most diplomatic ways, telling the province to follow the rules without saying it in the ways that you and I would say it, I would suggest you give that letter a read. Because essentially the province, of course, is saying that the rules don't apply to them. And for our chief planner and everybody in the planning profession, in the planning sector, I don't see how they could accept that. And certainly it was not accepted by our chief planner. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point that out. And thank you to our chief planner for standing up for the City of Toronto and also for good planning across Ontario.
Madam Speaker, I have a point of order, if I may, to simply request to separate item 1 from the other 2.
Separate item 1?
Separate item 1, yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's on the screen. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, part 1 carries. The vote is 18-5.
Okay. Part 2. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the balance of the item carries. The vote is 19-4.
Thank you. Our next item is PH 22.9, Rapid Housing Initiative at 222 Spadina and 877 Yonge Street. Councillor Bailao, you held the item down.
I do, Madam Speaker, but I don't have questions of staff.
Pardon?
I did, but I don't have questions of staff. I don't know if that other members do, but I don't.
Does anybody have any questions of staff? Okay, to speak, Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These are the two first acquisitions that we've made with the Rapid Housing Federal Program. And this, as most members are aware as well, in the budget, in the federal budget as well, we've got the phase 2. So we're expectantly awaiting for how much we'll be getting on phase 2. But these are the first two acquisitions. And I just wanted to thank the local councillors that have been working with their communities and with city staff to move the projects forward, to have the meetings and the information flowing through the community, and also to our city staff. This we're moving very quickly on a few fronts, and I know that they've been celebrating the closing of these two deals that will translate in about 300 supportive housing units that are now funded in their capital side and also with supportive dollars. And I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of everybody and thank the local councillors for all their support and enthusiasm in embracing these two projects. And the mayor, who has been a true champion on these initiatives and participating in the local meetings and really working with the local councillors on this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to be able to cast a vote on this because further than my previous comments on MZOs, I'm glad that it's before council. My personal preference would have been that these followed either the Committee of Adjustment or the Committee of Adjustment and Rezoning. And that's why I'm going to vote against the MZO. But otherwise, these could have been submissions following those processes. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you.
I just would like a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be very brief. I wanted to thank first our city staff as one of the local councillors who will be welcoming our new neighbors into our community. I'm very happy with the work that staff have done on the file and congratulate them on the acquisition. I'd also like to thank our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bailao, as well as the Mayor, Mayor Tory, for both being champions of this program. We see supportive housing as being a critical part of addressing our homelessness and shelter needs in our city. You know, it fills a space that has gotten and far too often been neglected as a useful housing option. And part of that is because it takes so much coordination between the various levels of government. And there was a time this year when the provincial government wasn't funding our supportive housing expansion in the city of Toronto. I'm happy to say that for this year, that funding has been secured. Now we're going to have to fight for that in the future. We've got to make sure that MPPs know that this is the cost-effective, this is the compassionate approach to housing those most in need in our city. I'd also like to give a shout out to Councillor Bradford and again Councillor Bailao for being champions in their own wards of projects of supporting housing projects in their ward. And I know that others like Councillor Crawford and perhaps others on this call have done the same. It's incumbent upon us to let our staff do their work, to identify sites that will bring people inside. You know, it's cruel to think that at some point in time during the winter that there are those that might not welcome facilities and housing like this into their communities. We know that it's hard and change and transition is hard. And that's why it's us leading. And that's why it's us working with staff to find suitable options for these spaces for these housing units. You know, I worked hard in the days after I found out that we had purchased the building to call those residents associations and talk to them. And not all of them were easy phone calls. Got to tell you, probably not one of them was an easy phone call, but they got easier as people understood and recognized the need for housing like this. So I would challenge all of you that rather than shut the door on projects like this and try to interfere with these sites coming to reality to help get people out of our streets, particularly those during those cold months, rather than shutting the door, open it, because it's going to change people's lives. Thank you. Oh, I just, on one last point, very last point on why an MZO, you know, even getting a date at the Committee of Adjustment and then a potential appeal process, those doors would be closed for months. Not weeks, not like probably close to a year. The building at the building on Yonge Street, 877 Yonge, we are already going to be able to take people by the end of May. That wouldn't be possible without this MZO, which is for the number of parking spaces. Has nothing to do with the use, has nothing to do with people living there. It's for the bloody parking spaces that would be required. This building was a seniors residence before, a seniors residence. It doesn't have a lot of parking. That's what it was built for. So this is one of those rare occasions that we should ask the province for a move like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And as one of the local councillors on this file, in this case 222 Spadina, I did want to say a few words. Because I truly believe that this motion represents a rather big day and a big step for our city, and certainly as the representative for Chinatown in downtown Toronto. What is in front of us here for my community is the conversion of 84 new permanent supportive housing units, 84 new units that will open this year to help address chronic homelessness. And you know, for a year, I think back to last March when Deputy Mayor Bailao and Mayor Tory and so many others in our city and all of us as councillors were talking about turning our emergency response to address shelters and homelessness into permanent housing solutions. And that's exactly what this is. I mean, it's imagine even just a few years ago, the notion of the federal government partnering with the city to acquire private buildings for conversion into permanent supportive housing. I mean, many people would have said it couldn't be done. And here we are together alongside the federal government and with provincial supports for operating, doing it this year. And so just a huge kudos to our city staff for moving mountains to get these transactions done, but also to get people moved in this year. To our deputy mayor, Councillor Bailao, and to the mayor and to the other local councillor, Councillor Layton, and to the federal government. This is the first of many. I mean, there is more to come and there's much more to do, but this is the type of step that we need to continue taking as a city to end chronic homelessness. And I'm just so very proud that this is happening. And so more to do, more to come, but we should be proud as a city today of this step.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I want to acknowledge the courage that the local councillor demonstrated by making those phone calls. They must have been really hard, but they were important. And leadership is most often about putting yourself out there and educating. And most reasonable people do come along once they understand why it's a priority, but not everybody does. I don't support ministerial zoning orders. I fundamentally disagree with the province's overreach into municipal affairs, and I strongly support a city charter in which I would like to see land use matters be within the purview of city governments in Canada, in particular here in Toronto, and I know other cities share that view. But I pragmatically recognize that that's aspirational. That's the world that I want. but it's not the world that we have. And what Councillor Layton is speaking to is the reality that whatever our position is on the provincial government and their misuse, and I would submit abuse, of ministerial zoning orders, it is the tool available to realize this project within a reasonable time frame. So that's why I'm going to support Councillor Layton, because his argument, I believe, is irrefutable.
Thank you. So on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Carroll, if we could have your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 22-1.
Thank you. So our next item, we're going to combine the two items, which I mentioned yesterday, is T 24.96, supporting Canada Square Working Group process with additional information. It was held down by Councillor Coe. It's here without a recommendation. We're going to deal with that item with members' motion MM 32.5, which Councillor Matlow has held down. So Councillor Coe, on your item, do you have questions? Yeah. On the two items, do you have questions? Or Councillor Matlow? Hello?
I do.
Where's Councillor Coe? Okay, Councillor Matlow, you have questions? Okay, we're dealing with the two items. Councillor
I
Matlow,
appreciate that.
questions?
Thank you. I'll begin with regard to sharing the confidential details of the lease. May I ask, Madam Speaker? May I ask, through you to Creatio, if Michael Wheeler is there, could Michael concur with me that I asked him yesterday if Creatio has any reservations or issues with sharing the details of the lease with the community? Would you concur that the answer was no, that it's fine?
Yes, Councillor, through the chair, I don't believe that's an issue. What I would recommend, though, that because of the complexity and technicality of the ground lease, that a summary and or fact sheet accompany the documentation, if indeed it is released to the public.
That's fine. Yeah, but as long as it is completely transparent and the details are available to the public. So thank you. And then with respect to Councillor Cole's motion about seizing Canada Square from essentially Ward 12 in Toronto and East York Community Council and sending it to the Planning and Housing Committee. May I ask the Chief Planner, could you speak to whether or not you would agree with this process? Is that your position?
Through the speaker and perhaps the clerk or the city solicitor could comment on procedures, but the site is located in Toronto East York, wholly within Toronto East York, and pursuant to guidelines which were adopted by council some time ago in 2008, which guide which matters go to planning and housing versus community council. This is a development application that pursuant to that document would be considered by Toronto and East York Community Council.
There's a, Mr. Lintern, there's a very large development proposal at Duplex in Eglinton, on the north side of Eglinton. That's across the street from my ward and community council. Is that not right?
There are a number, as we know, a number of applications in Yonge and Eglinton in 3 wards, some of which are dealt with by North York Community Council and some of which are dealt with by Toronto and East York.
We just addressed the matter of the St. Monica's site on the north side of Broadway at this meeting too. That's in North York, across the street from my ward. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
So there are, and I think it's fair to say that we could list a number of different development proposals that have a big impact on both wards, both community councils, impact on social services, green space infrastructure. But it's not typical, is it, to simply remove it from a community council consideration? Is that a fair comment?
I'm certainly in council's hands with respect to that. I'm giving you my overview of what typically gets managed. The only other nuance with Canada Square, of course, is that there is a real estate matter involved, and that matter has been canvassed and under the purview of the General Government Committee, and I would imagine would continue to be considered by that citywide standing committee.
And my last question is, I moved a motion at the last council, and we approved it as a council, to create a working group where the neighboring local councillors, Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson, along with all the relevant stakeholders that we can identify, have been invited to be part of a working group process led by a consultant. And to your knowledge, is that started last night? That's been underway.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't hear you.
I can hear you. You have questions?
Okay, anyways, yeah, question of Mr. Lintern. I just heard Councillor Madlow saying I'm seizing the item from the Toronto and East York City Council. Seizing it. It's already before Toronto and East York Community Council, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And so it's there. So can it not also be looked at by Planning and Housing Committee?
Again, certainly if the clerk or the city solicitor want to comment on that, I'm simply going by practice, which is that if the matter is wholly within a community council and it's a planning application like this, that it's been considered by the community council.
But given that this massive development of 5 towers that borders on certainly my ward and very close to Councillor Robinson's ward, doesn't this application for development have a great deal of impact on future planning decisions, transportation decisions, infrastructure decisions in Councillor Robinson's ward and my ward? Does it not have immense impact on the future of those 2 wards plus Councillor Matlow's ward?
Through the chair, I would say that it does, and that we are considering the entire geography of Yonge and Eglinton when it comes to the ability of a large site like this to deliver on the planning objectives for that community writ large. Putting all the boundaries aside, we're looking at the entire community, and we'll continue to do that through the review of the application.
And so, is there any harm done in it going to Planning and Housing Committee to look at the overall regional planning impacts of this massive development? Is there any harm? I mean, what have we worried about it going to another committee for their view on this significant development?
Again, through the speaker, I think I've answered that question. That I'm in council's hands when it comes to council's view of that. All I'm indicating is that from practice, applications which are wholly within inside a community council are considered by that community council. And we do have across the city very large and complex applications that are managed through the statutory process at community council.
So do you object at going to planning and housing for another set of eyes to look at this massive development? Do you object to it like Councillor Matlow objects it to going to the committee?
Again, I think that's something for council to opine on. I'm going to leave it in council's capable hands to decide that question. I think what I'm indicating is that practice, this application started at Toronto and East York, and it can be managed by Toronto and East York in the same manner that if it was at planning and housing, it can be managed by planning and housing.
Okay, Councillor Cole.
Yes, I have a.
Okay.
What's that?
No, I was just going to say the staff has answered your question.
Thank you. I have a question of Creatio. Why was this deal kept secret all these years? It wasn't until the local ratepayers demanded it be made public. Why was it kept secret all these years?
I don't know of it being kept secret.
Yeah, through the speaker, Council, there was no intention to keep the deal secret. When it went before council back in 2018, there was a recommendation relating to it remaining confidential. Perhaps I can call upon the city legal.
So why was it made confidential, such an important development affecting the center of the city? Why was it kept confidential all these years?
Well, as I said, it was confidential because of the overall transaction and the financial information kept within it at that point.
But isn't this publicly owned land?
Councillor Cole, that's your last question.
The land is owned by the City of Toronto. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Yes, just a couple of questions for the chief planner, it is council's decision, but I'll want to know how to vote, and I feel emotion coming on. So I'm wondering if staff could paint a picture for me, if we leave this this project under the purview of TEYCC and we don't seize planning and housing with the matter, so that any councillor involved in the Young Eglinton focus area can then be involved in it. If we leave it where it is, what responsibility do staff have to engage the other council members that are in the Young Eglinton focus area? What responsibility do they have to engage them in arriving at a final minutes of settlement beyond the working group? Because we all know a working group lasts for a few meetings, then it's over, and then the real talk turkey time begins. How engaged will the other councillors be in that part?
Through the speaker, I think just as within a community council area, when a project is on a boundary between two wards, it's incumbent on staff to engage the councillors who are affected by that development. And I wouldn't take a different view, even though the other councillors, Councillor Cole and Councillor Robinson, are in a different community council. They very much have the interests of their communities on the other corners of Yonge and Eglinton at heart, and it's incumbent on staff to remain fully engaged with all three councillors. We've undertaken that process through the entire Midtown Focus planning exercise, and as different applications work their way through the process, depending on their specific location in Yonge and Eglinton and the way that the boundaries are aligned in that area, it would be incumbent on staff to keep the other councillors engaged as best they can.
As best they can. So just to be sure of this, beyond it, often a working group is quickly followed by a resubmission. And then as we go to develop minutes of settlement, they may make their offer as an applicant without prejudice. Would the during those discussions, would the other councillors be privy to that information?
Well, I mean, we're certainly not at a settlement issue or no appeal yet. Like we're well in advance of that kind of process. I think right now we're dealing with an application before Toronto and East York that's on the boundary. We should keep the other councillors engaged as much as possible, and working with the local councillor, of course. And you know, I can't anticipate what kind of process we would have should an appeal or another matter be undertaken. We certainly rely on city legal to make sure that all the stakeholders who would be involved in the decision-making process are engaged if an appeal was launched.
If an appeal was launched, but you can appreciate that if council wants to make the decision to cease planning and housing of the matter early in the process is probably preferable to 11th hour in the process.
Oh, I mean, certainly. I mean, again, I think the model that I'm keep coming back to in my own mind and in response to these lines of inquiry is the fact that it's incumbent on staff to involve the councillors who participate in development in Yonge and Eglinton, because this site does provide an opportunity to address some of the community service and facilities issues that we've been struggling with in Yonge and Eglinton, and making up and addressing some of the objectives of the Midtown Focus Plan. Right.
And just last question, refresh my memory because I'm having trouble finding the drawing of it. What are the boundaries of the Yonge Eglinton Focus Plan? Because this dates all the way back to Councillor Stintz. If you could refresh my memory, what are the boundaries of that Yonge Eglinton focus area?
Well, there are two. There's a core area around the Yonge and Eglinton intersection that touches the 3 wards, and then there is a much broader area that goes all the way down to Davisville and over to the Beltline and extends over to Mount Pleasant and up quite a ways north. So it is a very large secondary plan area. Again, there's a core focus area right close to the intersection.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Perks?
I have a question of the clerk. My understanding is that the delegation.
We can't hear you.
Planning matters.
Councillor Perks, we can't hear you. You're very
Can you hear
faint.
me now?
Barely.
I have been having tech problems. I have been having terrible tech problems today. My apologies. This is the best I can do.
Okay. If you can maybe speak loud so we can hear you.
I can always speak louder.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Great. To the clerk. My understanding is that the delegation of planning matters, which are within the boundaries of a particular community council area, are set out in the procedure bylaw. Am I correct in that? I believe it's Appendix B where the duties of committees of council are laid out.
Through the speaker, yes, that is correct.
Could you explain to me what the process is for amending the procedures bylaw?
I think perhaps this. The notice is required at a prior meeting and a 2/3 vote is required.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers now. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you. Again, I just want to remind everybody that this massive development, unprecedented development, is right across the street from my ward, just up the street from Councillor Robinson's. And we were talking about 5 towers, 2,700 units, adding, never mind the added congestion, and it's going to basically cast a shadow over the whole northern part of the street, including the only park in the area, and that's Eglinton Park. Developers are already coming to me and saying, well, they're getting 70 stories at Canada Square, therefore we want 70 stories on the north side. And they've already made those changes and applications already approved. So up until now, essentially, Councillor Robinson and I have been on the sidelines on this. We have not been included in any meaningful discussions, debates about this confidential agreement that was held confidential since 2018. The community has been left out in the dark. The community had to rally together to ask for this confidential agreement to be made public, and reluctantly, it's finally now being made public after it should have been made public from day one, given it's public land. And they had no idea that they're asking questions. Is it a 200-year lease? We still don't know that. And, you know, we have a document that I received here. You know, it's 350 pages. And we as councillors are now asked to look at this. I don't know if other councillors looked at this confidential agreement. You know, we need outside help to try and assess value for money. We need more scrutiny over this significant development on public land that not only affects the housing, the impact on services, the impact on infrastructure. And it doesn't just impact on one ward. So why can't it not also be referred to the Planning and Housing Committee? We don't need a procedural bylaw change to do that. This council can easily say that it go there because it impacts on the other 2 wards tremendously. Not only today, but for future applications that are going to be before us. And so Councillor Matlow doesn't want us to go to another committee. I don't know what he's worried about. What would they do at the Planning and Housing Committee? Maybe add some added scrutiny? I think we need more scrutiny over this confidential agreement that's going to impact public transit. It's going to impact the center of the city for decades to come. And we shouldn't have less scrutiny and be afraid of having another committee look at it. A committee of council look at it. What is the harm in that? And, you know, and it's already going to be at Toronto City, at East York County. It's there, it's going to continue there. To say we're seizing it is ridiculous. And I just wish that, you know, we start to look at this area as a whole. We can't be looking at one corner of Yonge and Eglinton as being separate from the other corners. That's why we've got this ad hoc piecemeal development. It's the developers come in one at a time. Now we've got this huge developer, Oxford, coming in there, going off with this magnificent deal where they get 5 giant towers with no parkland, with no community facilities. Who knows what they're getting there? Because, you know, I'm just trying to make out of this secret, confidential 350-page document that I'm sure none of you have seen. And this is city land. You know, it's city owned. Why a 200-year lease? I mean, even Highway 407 was only 99 years. This is 200 years. You're giving up one of the most valuable pieces of property in Toronto, in the middle of the city, and you don't want added scrutiny. It's just mind-boggling that you don't want the added scrutiny here. You know, let's get this out in the open and get the other councillors involved and get other committees involved looking at this important deal. And nobody's got anything against the development going forward. The improvements is long overdue there. That's not the issue.
10
the
seconds.
Issue is we need to look at, you know, and the planning department needs to look at this comprehensively, not piecemeal. That's what's happening up at Yonge and Eglinton right now in the Midtown area.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you. This is being very politicized. And you can hear some hyperbole that does suggest that perhaps the TTC or CREATO has done something untowards. I don't see any evidence of that. What I can tell you is that in 2018, I made it very clear to CREATO when they were negotiating the lease that was approved at a public council meeting, that there were some conditions that my community and I expected. One is that it be a local process and that there be consultation with local residents, and that there be a condition that it not be appealable given that this is on public land. So to speak to Councillor Carroll's questions, that is a condition. This is not appealable. Moreover, this is a historic opportunity for this community. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just hearing some peripheral noise that's a bit distracting. I'd appreciate it if you could, thank you. This is a community that was designated an urban growth center many years ago. And our biggest challenge has been that the pace of growth has exceeded our quality of life, the social services, the infrastructure, the green space. For me, any development here is a no deal if we don't get a school, for example. And I'm working very closely with trustees Laskin and Chernos Lynn to achieve that because of the capacity, the dearth of capacity we have for our kids. My kid's one of them. This is a neighborhood that has so much potential if we get things right within the limited toolbox we have. I mean, the Minister of Municipal Affairs did send our Midtown in Focus plan sideways when they changed it with a red pen. But this is our land. We have an opportunity to use this land to finally focus on community priorities. My biggest concern is that Councillor Cole's motion, I don't think achieves what he's hoping it to. What it does is that it sends it to a more central committee with city building goals. We've started a process locally that focuses on Midtown's goals. The working group that I mentioned is not a working group to address Oxford's development proposal yet. It's a working group to ensure that our vision for Midtown, for Yonge and Eglinton, is clear, is achievable. This council supported that effort, and it's underway in earnest now. As you heard from Councillor Perks's question, this is not as simple as simply sending this to planning and housing. Councillor Cole's incorrect when he says that this wouldn't take it from community council, if it even procedurally could. If you read how he wrote it, that's what he's doing. And yeah, do I want this to be a local decision and a local focus? Absolutely. We need it. We really do need our priorities met. Doesn't mean that we don't consider the city interest. This is a vitally important city land, but we really do have needs that haven't been met that we need to achieve. I don't think it's a surprise to you that Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson, and I have had some differences. But what I do recognize beyond any personality differences, and I think that there have often been tensions on borders. It happens in this council. I recognize that they represent community members who are part of Midtown. They have a right to be at the table, not figuratively, but literally. The motion that I moved to strike that working group has them at the table. Councillor Robinson chose to participate. And I believe that Councillor Robinson has demonstrated a sincere and genuine effort to get results. I want Councillor Cole to as well. But there's two directions we can go. I mean, if we're going to just turn this into a thing, then we won't actually achieve our goals. If we put some things aside and actually work together with the community, I think we have an amazing opportunity to do something.
10 seconds.
The precedent of taking this out of somebody's community council and ward just because of the moment of politics, I would encourage you not to set. It affects us all.
Thank
Thank
you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, none of the councillors has actually moved to seizure motion, and that's what it would take. But I will say this.
Yes.
While we're leaving it.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Carroll, we did. It's in the member's motion.
In a somewhat unconventional way. But the member seems to be saying that the suggestion of seizure is preposterous. That is in fact what happens if you're moving it to planning and housing. But what my comments are is that's not a bad thing, and it needn't be anything that excludes the local community. It needn't be. We just recently did a full secondary plan exercise in my area, and the boundaries of that area were entirely inside former Ward 33. That being said, Councillor Kelly and later Councillor Karagiannis were fully involved in that process, as were their community. But very meaningfully, my community was involved in it, in the local sense, to make sure that all local needs were met, and in fact, local enhancements could come out of the consumer's next exercise. It's not a negative to decide that something is going to be considered in a citywide way, but I would suggest this to councillors. We are talking about Yonge and Eglinton. We're talking about the former home of the Eglinton Station bus bays, place where I spent a lot of my time waiting for the Lawrence 54 as a child, where the expansion of Line 1 first began. The original construction used to end at Eglinton, which made it kind of the center of the universe for North York suburbanites. But it's about to change radically. And what we're talking about now is the development that will happen on city property. I don't think it's a bad thing that it's leased, and such things are often terms in camera, but it's leased because we don't want to give away this land. It's the most valuable land in the city right now. Leasing it is the best move we could possibly have made. You lease it for however many centuries you want, but don't give up this public land, and that's how we're handling this. But what's important to note is this is going to be the nexus of Line 1 and the crosstown. If you build that airport link out to the airport from the crosstown, what you will have at this corner is something that is tantamount to Hong Kong Station. This is going to be a major mobility hub, and it should have high value things developed above it. And if Toronto has any trademark at all, it's looking at urbanization, intensification, but also defiantly and rigidly continuing to also allow neighborhoods to continue to live inside the city. We've been doing that for 50, 60 years. Henry Street exists downtown because we said we're going to have a downtown core, but Henry Street's going to stay there. Baldwin Street's going to stay there. And there may be intensification beyond it, but we're going to grab neighborhoods and we're going to keep them. And that's what Councillor Matlow wants to do around this banner location. But it is a location, I would submit, of national importance. National importance. There are very few Canadians who've never heard of Yonge and Eglinton. This is, we used to joke in the 70s and 80s, young and single, the center of the universe, meaning Yonge and Eglinton, because so many people lived in it. It's always been a center of intensification. But throughout all of that, it's also defiantly insisted that its neighborhoods continue to get to be a part of it. That's what the Yonge Eglinton Focus Plan was about. That's what Midtown Focus was about, both of which are threatened by the current provincial government. But moving this to planning and housing, should you decide to do so, doesn't mean that we will abandon those principles. We still have the principle
10
in our
seconds.
plan. that we intensify for transit, but we hold on to our neighborhoods. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Before I speak, I would like to rise in a point of order. You could stop my clock.
Sure.
Thank you. Speaker, during questions of staff, I was given advice from the city solicitor that the rules which determine which committee this go to are set out in the procedures bylaw, and that amending those procedures requires prior notice at a meeting of council and then a 2/3 vote. Could I therefore ask for a ruling whether the portion of the MM 3.25 that reads, and City Council referred the development application at this site to the Planning and Housing Committee for review, be ruled out of order?
Okay, if you can just give us a minute on that one, Councillor Perks. Okay, did you want to, you can speak and then we'll get back to that. Councillor Perks?
Unfortunately, I need to know whether it's in order or not before I make my remarks.
So Councillor Perks, so just reviewing the motion. So in the motion, the wording of the motion is that to request that it be a citywide interest, and they're asking the item to be referred to planning and housing.
I don't see the word citywide interest anywhere in the motion, Speaker.
It doesn't say that, but it's referring to it. So I ruled it in order.
Okay. I'll speak then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Speaker, I think that the motion put in front of us should be alarming to every member of council. A few things worth bearing in mind. This development application comes within the context of a secondary plan. The secondary plan was considered by the entirety of council and did go through planning and housing. I remember I was on planning and housing at the time. Unfortunately, the province of Ontario later amended that But nevertheless, consideration of it by council was done through planning and housing because it crossed borders. I can make an argument that there is citywide interest in every development that takes part in Ward 3 because every resident who moves into Ward 3 and has employment or shopping or entertainment needs downtown travels through my ward, Ward 4, and is of interest to everyone who is concerned with traffic problems crossing boundaries between community council areas. It's a slippery slope, which effectively makes it open season for any application anywhere in the city where some member of council believes that there's an impact on their ward, and this will be the case with every boundary application, no longer belongs to community councils. So we will be telling the people of the city of Toronto that no longer are we adhering to the principle that local work is, the first pass of local work is done locally. That's point one. The second point, Councillor Carroll makes a very good point. Yes, the planning framework and the transportation framework at Yonge and Eglinton is of citywide interest. And that's why those planning and transportation policies come to the full city council after having gone through the appropriate standing committee, not the local community council. But once that work is done, planning applications within that framework that was approved by the entirety of council are handled locally. If Toronto East York Community Council was trying to assert that, no, we get to do all the transportation planning and we get to do all the real estate deals that have anything to do with the local area as a delegated authority, I would absolutely be on her side. But that's not what's happened. We did the real estate deal as council. We did the transportation plan as council. The development applications that shake out from that belong to the local community council. Members, you are effectively saying, if you vote for this motion, that community councils are irrelevant whenever somebody feels like it. You have to separate in your minds the transportation impacts, which don't come to community council, the overall transportation management master plan, that goes to executive. You have to take out of your mind the area-wide impacts, which were done at planning and housing through a secondary plan. Neither of those things is at issue right now. What is at issue is a single development application within those council-approved frameworks. If you believe in the community council model, you have to vote no to this. And as a final point, every member of council, just like any member of the public, is entitled to go to any public meeting they feel like at any time. Nothing in the way Toronto East York Community Council is handling this erases that right. And as a final note, Toronto East York Community Council does not make any decision on this. We only provide advice to council anyway. No one's rights are being cut out of the decision making by keeping it at TYCC. What we are doing is adhering to the principle that planning matters within local community council areas are managed by those local community council areas.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the speakers. So we'll deal with T24.96, which is
Madam Speaker, may I just, a point of order just on how to vote. Councillor, so I agree with sharing the details of the lease agreement. I clearly disagree with taking the item from Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Cole's motion is written as like one paragraph. Is there a way to separate it? I have another motion, as you know, about the lease as well, so that's sufficient. But is there a way, just so that it's clear that is there a way to separate the paragraph?
On the Toronto and East York item, it's here without
That's
a
clear. That one's clear.
It's here
Yeah.
without a recommendation, so we're just going to move receipt.
So, but with respect to Councillor Cole's motion, I want to support sharing the lease publicly.
Okay,
but I
we
want to
can
oppose.
separate the vote. That's fine when we get
Yeah,
to it.
that's great.
Let's
I
just
appreciate
deal
that.
with the Toronto and East York one first, which is here without a recommendation. So just a motion to move receipt. On favor? Carried.
And could I get a recorded vote
Yeah.
on the two items
Hold
that
on,
we're going to vote on?
yes. On to move receipt, we'll move, have Councillor Cole, because he held it. Okay, so then we'll go to the member's motion, which is MM 32.5. And it's separated, and he wants a recorded vote, yeah. Okay, so where the blue highlighted is, that's what we're voting on. Okay. Recorded vote, yes.
And Speaker, to be clear, we're voting on the blue highlighted part, so the bottom part first.
Yes, we're
This vote is on the bottom.
Okay, if we can just put that back up again so members could see it, please. Okay, but I don't see it. Okay, so it's the blue highlighted
Okay.
that
Thank you.
City Council referred the development application, I can't see it, on this site to the Planning and Housing Committee for review. That's what we're voting on now. Is everyone okay? The blue highlighted part? Mr. Mayor, are you okay?
Yeah, I can see it now, and I'm voting on that. Yes, thank you. Speaker.
Okay.
Councillor Wong-Tam, if we could have your vote, please.
I vote in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, the portion of the motion to refer the matter to the Planning and Housing Committee carries. The vote is 13 to 11.
Okay. So on the remainder of the motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, if we could have your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the balance of the item carries. The vote is 23-1.
Thank you. Before we go to our next item, we do have a member's motion by Councillor Wong Tam to introduce. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. This matter is urgent because payment is due for these charges for the Regent Park Community Center, and it's due before our next City Council meeting.
Okay, all in favor, carried. So we'll post that. We'll now go to members' motion MM 3227. Councillor Robinson, you held it down. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on this item, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I am very concerned about the proposed location of the Metrolinx maintenance and storage facility for the Ontario line in Thorncliffe Park. Extremely concerned, as is the community. The local mosque and the halal grocer will be directly impacted, along with several small businesses and community services that serve the community, but also beyond. Metrolinx needs to go back to the drawing board and find ways to reduce community impacts. There is extensive concern in the community. We've never seen this type of mobilization in Thorncliffe Park on any other. Could I ask, Madam Speaker, there's a lot of background noise. If everybody could maybe mute, or I'm not sure what the issue is.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there is an extensive community concern. More than 5,250 people have signed a petition asking Metrolinx to move the train yard. Thorncliffe Park is a diverse neighborhood with an amazing sense of community. They've gone through a lot through COVID. It's been a nonstop hotspot, and they've showed incredible resilience. The proposed MSF would significantly gut what many consider to be the cultural heart of the community. And you might not be familiar with Thorncliffe Park, but it's geographically quite small. Yet it's home to a very large population. Some estimate up towards 30,000 people. So we need every square foot we have for community space because there's not enough community amenities in the ward, and I moved motions on that at the beginning of this term. So the proposed MSF and the associated infrastructure will occupy a considerable amount of land in a central area. I would call it almost a community gathering space. According to Metrolinx, the site will equal 24 soccer fields. This is a unique community. It's the home to many new immigrants to Canada. And while Thorncliffe Park deserves excellent transit service, I don't think it should come at the cost of losing their local amenities and their sense of community. So while I support this additional transit, I do not support the steamrolling over communities, neighborhoods in the process. We need Metrolinx to consider alternative options, including decentralizing the MSF into smaller maintenance and storage locations along the Ontario line. Look at relocating it and embrace real community consultation. There's been a lack of transparency throughout this entire process. A community consultation meeting was called, then abruptly rescheduled with only a week's notice. The evening meeting was scheduled during Ramadan when the Muslim community is breaking their fast. The consultation was a live stream presentation. Community members could only participate by asking questions through a chat box, which was limited to 160 characters. And only 30 minutes of the meeting was dedicated to question and answers. This was very unsettling, even though 700 questions were submitted, 700, and there was hundreds and hundreds of attendees. Given they were still celebrating, they still came out in droves. So we need an open, transparent dialogue, not a chat box, and Thorncliffe Park deserves better. The meeting materials and promotional material were only provided in English. 74% of Thorncliffe Park residents do not speak English as their first language. So without any public consultation, This unilateral decision was made to quietly announce this through a blog post on the Metrolinx website on April 8th, 2021. I, as the local city councillor, wasn't aware, nor was the local MP or the local MPP, Kathleen Wynne and Rob Oliphant. So I'm asking council to support this motion. I want to make you very aware of this issue. It's very concerning. And what we're asking for is authentic consultation with the general public and a review of options to address the residents' concerns when you're talking about a massive building the size of 24 soccer fields. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to associate myself with Councillor Robinson's very eloquent remarks. And also just to convey to her and hopefully to all of council that we need to really rally around the local councillor here with respect to the work that she is doing to defend her community. Obviously, Thorncliffe Park is a very important neighborhood in the city of Toronto. And I think that we all recognize that it's a community that's particularly hard hit, just as the councillor has noted. But it's also a community of incredible resilience, diversity, and just absolute strength. And I think that, you know, if they hear from City Council in the most vocal and energized way that we will stand with them and support their local councillor in her efforts to defend her community, we need to make sure that those voices are loud, that there's a seat at the table for the community so that we can actually work with them and help them push back so Metrolinx will come to the table and be much more respectful. What's happening in Thorncliffe is exactly what's happened to us in the First Parliament lands. And I just want to recognize that there's a repeated pattern and trend here. So Councillor Robinson, thank you very much for your advocacy, your leadership. You've been loud, you've been clear. Your community is so fortunate to have you. And I hope that we can have a unanimous vote on this and send that message back to the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Carry.
Recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
Could I have a recorded vote?
Recorded vote.
It's Councillor Robinson, yet.
Yes, recorded vote.
Councillor Barlow, if we could have your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 23 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, do you want to move your member's motion?
Yes, I would, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that now. Thank you.
Okay, if we can put it on the screen. Okay. This motion has been urged by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda is before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you. Just have one more item left, but we've been trying to have discussions with legal. It's the item that Councillor Fillion held down. That would be the last item, CC 32.6. Okay, Councillor Filion, questions to staff?
I think my questions would all have to be in camera. I'm not clear. I haven't heard yet from clerks whether the motion I sent them would be in public or private.
We're waiting to hear from the city solicitor, but the report that we have before us, Councillor Filion, is a public report. There's nothing in the report.
Sure, I
that's
just
confidential.
I don't know, but I don't. Right, but I don't know whether my motion requires.
Well, we're
question
checking
and answers or explanation.
We're checking with
Yeah,
legal.
so I don't want to start until I know whether I don't have a whole lot I could say some things in public, but could say a lot more in private because we're tight for time. If it doesn't have to go in camera, then I'm okay with that. I'll just say a few things in public, but I think we need to find that out first.
Well,
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
From what I understand from our legal department is that this item is a public item. There's nothing in there that's confidential. Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From my understanding, this is still an active procurement until these contracts are signed. And I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that we would want to preserve our rights during a procurement. And Councillor Filion may have questions of the solicitor that, or the procurement department that may be best answered in camera until such time the procurement process is then closed.
But again, Speaker, if we can, I agree with Councillor Holyday, but because of the lateness of the hour, if the motion is okay and if it's in public, I will just move it in public unless someone else needs to go in camera to ask questions. So I'm easy either way. I just don't want to start it till we know that.
Okay, do we have the city solicitor on the line? So to the city solicitor?
It's up to council whether they wish for this to be public. It could be confidential instructions to staff, but I believe the intention is that it be public. And I have conferred with the chief purchasing officer, who appears to be comfortable with that as well.
To be in public. Now, to the city solicitor, have you seen the motion by Councillor Filion? It's a public motion?
I have, yes. Yes, I have.
So it's to be public, correct?
Yeah, I do have, I do have some hesitation about the motion itself, and that is why I am hesitating, but I do not see a reason for it to be in camera.
Okay.
Well, Madam Speaker, if the solicitor wants to express, anything to council in private, then we should go in private. I didn't know that was not my understanding, but
okay, what is the wish of council?
Okay with that too.
What is the wish of council here? Do you want to go in camera or not? Because I don't want to debate this just to figure out if we're going in camera for an hour. What's the wish of council?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
You've received the city solicitor's advice. So point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I believe that there are questions that would reasonably be covered either under solicitor-client privilege or legal advice or otherwise information questions, not necessarily a motion. And so since we haven't passed out of the question phase of this item, I would suggest to you that if Councillor Filion wants to ask those questions, we should go into camera. I will leave it to the experts to tell us about whether motions need to be in public.
Okay, so we'll have a motion to go in camera. We'll take a recorded vote. If that's what the wish of council is. Councillor Holiday will place the motion. Can you please read it, Councillor Holiday? Councillor Holiday, can you read the motion, please?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just waiting for it to get onto the screen. That council recess its public session to meet as a committee of the whole in closed session to consider CC 32.6, award of negotiated request for proposal, AREBA document 230-523-4907 to various suppliers for the provision of arboricultural services at various City of Toronto locations, reason for confidential information, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Yes, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to recess and meet in closed session carries. The vote is 16-4.
Ten-minute break. Okay, Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thanks. I guess you'll have to put up the motion.
Sorry, Speaker.
Yes?
I had some public questions.
Oh, okay. So Councillor Perks, questions? If I can.
Thank you.
If you, oh, just one moment, Councillor Perks.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Perks, go ahead.
Thank you. To the general manager of PFNR, can you give me a sense of what the capacity in terms of equipment we have in-house is relative to the needs that we're dealing with this contract?
So through the speaker to you, Councillor Perks, I can say that the equipment that we need to deliver on the work in this contract, we don't have in-house. So quite literally without, we would need the equipment of the contractors we're engaging with to deliver the service.
I appreciate that's a very good general answer. I'm trying to get a sense of, okay, if let's say that there are 100 tree removals or tree maintenance orders that have to be filled in a period, what percentage of those could we fill with what we have in-house?
I'm going to ask staff, Councillor, to sort of do the calculation of what is delivered in-house versus what is delivered out horse, and I'm seeing approximately 17% of the work that we do annually is delivered by our in-house crews, which means approximately 83% of the forestry operations work is done through the crews that are contracted through this contract. Is that helpful?
That's very helpful. So if we decided not to award, we could only do 1 out of 7, and we would fall behind by 6 months or whatever the period was, maybe a year, in the time that it took us to go and get the necessary equipment.
If there was no award and the contracts expired and there were no contractors in place, which I think is the question you're asking,
yep.
We would only be able to deliver 17% of the work. We also would be without significant emergency response for forestry, as well as all of a significant amount of reactive forestry orders when there's various issues with trees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you. To the General Manager of Parks, and this is going to be further to Councillor Perks' questions. Do you know what percentage of time our vehicles are actually being used on call or out in the field?
Are you through the speaker? Are you? My staff are saying not specifically. Are you referring to?
We've got a chipper truck.
All the vehicles that we have are actively engaged in the field. So we don't have any vehicles that are not in the field of our own vehicles, if that's the question.
But what percentage of the workday are they in the field? Can you give us that? Like, do we have an idea? Are we using them 80% of the day or 20% of the day?
In my opinion, we're using them all of the day. It depends on the type of work that they're doing. So some of their work is not specifically parked in front of a tree and doing the arboricultural work that needs to be done. There's work that needs to be done in preparing for that work. There's driving that needs to be done to arrive at the tree. So there are all of these things that are associated with it. I couldn't really give you a percentage of that specifically.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. We all remember the ice storm, and we all remember extreme weather events over the years and what it does to our forest canopy and the damage to infrastructure. What would be the implications if we started cherry picking and pulling out some of these venues and reduced service levels across the city when it came to tree maintenance, tree trimming, and a variety of other forestry services?
So through the speaker, I mean, as I've noted, there's a list of services that are noted in this contract award report that are delivered through these contractors. They include proactive street area tree maintenance, reactive tree maintenance, emergency storm response, stumping, and a number of other items. And as noted, more than 80% of that work is done by these contractors. So if we reduce them, all of that work, would obviously be reduced by the amount that was reduced. So as an example, I believe some of the area street tree maintenance, there's approximately 22,000 trees that are contemplated as part of that contract. So if it was not delivered, then that work, would not be done.
And on top of those comments, overhanging branches to electrical wires. I think the answer is obvious, but if we don't stay on top of that, are we looking at ice storm the sequel?
So through the speaker, I can't speak around ice storm the sequel, which I hope will never happen. But these are the crews that respond to those type of storm events when they occur, and these are also the work contracts that do a lot of the preventative maintenance that is required, so that when we unfortunately do have those extreme weather events, the impacts of them are at least lessened to whatever degree we can.
Right. So if we start pulling out vendors, the city is at risk.
Thank you.
To the speaker, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Through to the General Manager of PFNR, notwithstanding the answers to the previous questions that do express the concern that our in-house capacity is only so much. We do have strong contract management rules in place with respect to going forward because of all the learnings that we just got out of the Auditor General's report. Is that fair?
That is fair and correct, and should also note through the speaker to Councillor Holiday or Deputy Mayor Holiday that these new contracts going forward have also included a number of the contract improvement recommendations that came through the Auditor General's review, which further strengthens the contract management approach.
If we have to get really tough with a vendor because of all of these improvements in compliance with respect to it, have you got contingency plans in place? And it may be hard, but can we manage if a vendor is not able to perform or live up to its contract?
So through the speaker, there are a number of different ways that the city is protected against that type of work. Certainly, there's vendor performance reviews that will go on an ongoing basis. There is actions we can take pursuant to specific crews in a vendor and specific work activities before we would suspend an entire contract. And if it came to having to suspend a vendor because of inadequate performance, we would certainly have to move quickly and accordingly and potentially get some additional council authorities around either extending other contracts or moving work around or a number of other options that we would look at.
And just finally on that, you mentioned it, you have a path to council, a pretty quick one, that if we need to give you some very decisive direction, I'm pretty confident that we would give you that, but you can do that. It's not a high bar. You bring a report to us.
That's correct.
And you've already been given instructions to watch very closely.
Very closely through the speaker. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, this is the last item. If we can move it along. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Sorry, do I need to read the motion? Can you put it up on the screen anyway?
Hold on, you need to approve it first to staff. Did you approve it?
You know what? I'm going to say yes. I'm seeing it for the first time, but put it up.
Okay, we'll put it up. Okay, Councillor Fillion.
Okay, so I won't read it all, but I'll go through it. Can I sort of tell a bit of a narrative and then get to the motion? Or do you want me to actually read it all first?
No, you don't have to read it all. Just give a summary of what your intent is, the recommendation.
Okay, my intent is to not go through what we've gone through with forestry companies without uttering a peep. So let me start with the Auditor General's investigations, and I'll just give a couple of examples of what the Auditor General found. And in some cases, not just like her staff found, but she found personally, witnessed. So things like a forestry truck showing up, the workers sitting inside for a long period of time, well over an hour, then getting out, doing a small amount of work, and then charging us for the entire time, the hour and a half that they sat there in the cab on their cell phone. Vendors pulling up and parking their cars, putting in their logs that they couldn't do any work because there were parked cars in the way, when the Auditor General's staff took pictures showing that there were no parked cars. So again, we got ripped off for hours of somebody sitting there doing whatever on their cell phone. We had evidence that people were charging us for tree trimming at locations where we hadn't assigned anybody to do tree trimming, but there was evidence that the bucket was going up and down, meaning the workers that we were paying were trimming somebody's tree, but it wasn't the tree we'd sent them to. I could go on and on and on. I could spend the whole 5 minutes on this. So one would think that after experiencing that, and with the contracts coming up, you had to be fair to equally fair to all three, or unfair to all three. The Auditor General found that they were all terrible. So then contracts come up for awarding. Would you think that we would award the contracts to those same three companies? I wouldn't have thought so. I would have thought we would find some other way to do it. Now, I do understand there aren't a lot of companies that do this work, and there's a lot of trees to be trimmed. So sure, you can't get, you could have hired more companies, spread the work out a bit more. We didn't need to be stuck hiring all three. So why have I singled out one? I have singled out one because they sent a letter to members of council saying, this is totally unfair. What the Auditor General is saying is completely unfair and incorrect, and this is, this is all very wrong. So I have enough trouble that we hired any of these companies again, but why would you hire somebody who said, we didn't even do anything wrong? So how would you expect them to not repeat the same bad behavior when they don't even acknowledge that they've done it? So my preference would have been to not hire any of these companies. I didn't move that because it would have been irresponsible. I could have moved that we just not hire one of them, but again, did not want to get us into any legal entanglements by separating one from the others. So the motion is simply to refer it to the city manager, giving the city manager the authority and discretion to do whatever he wanted with it. We're approving all of the others except one. And it just says, go and talk to these folks about their past performance and the letter they sent in saying they didn't do anything wrong. And go talk to the lobbyist registrar about this letter that they sent into councillors in the middle of a procurement. And talk to city staff, talk to forestry staff about if there's other ways of doing this
10
contract.
seconds.
So it's a very moderate motion. I just can't imagine why we would let ourselves be put in this situation where we have to keep hiring these companies without even like a murmur. It's just, you know,
Thank you,
ridiculous.
Councillor Fillion. Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, if we could have your vote, please.
It's in the negative.
Madam Speaker, the motion to amend does not carry. The vote is 5-13.
On the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried.
Recorded.
Recorded.
Madam Speaker, there's something wrong with my voting system. I'm going to have to do it verbally.
Councillor Bailao, your vote, please.
In the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 15-3.
Okay. Members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Bailao, would you like to move that? Councillor Bailao, to turn your mic on.
Sorry, there we go. The committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor, show of hands. Any opposed, carry. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Lai. Councillor Lai?
That leave be granted to introduce Bill 320 to 364 and 366 to 386.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That leave be granted to introduce a bill
to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council meeting 32 on
No, we're
May
just
5
doing
and
the
6,
formal stuff and the meeting.
2021.
Shall leave be granted
Province
to,
requires us to.
shall, who's talking? Oh. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Yeah. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor McKelvey, you have a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to acknowledge that today is the last day that Daniela Magasano is joining us in council. I just want to say that I know I've enjoyed working with her and others, I'm sure, in her role as liaison in the mayor's office. So I just want to recognize her last day here with us. I think it's fitting we finished with trees.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you to staff. Thank you to members of council. This meeting is adjourned.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening, everybody.
Yes. You too.
Great job, Speaker.
Thank you.
Have a nice day, everybody.